Good morning. I'm here to give you an update on the FBI's investigation of Secretary Clinton. What I want to do is tell you what we're recommending. But first, let me tell you what we found. 110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top secret, 36 of those chains secret, and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Everything I did was admitted. There was no law, no regulation.
Secretary Clinton should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation.
I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email.
None of these emails should have been on any kind of classified system, not even Gmail.
Well, first of all, nothing was marked classified.
To the contrary,
Nothing was marked classified.
there is evidence, a
Nothing was
tremendous
marked,
amount, a
nothing was
tremendous
marked
amount.
classified.
Now let me tell you what we found.
Oh my gosh.
110 emails.
It was not the best choice.
52 email chains
It was a mistake.
have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it
8
make?
of those chains are top
It wasn't the
secret.
best choice.
36 of those chains
I said
secret,
it was a mistake.
and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it
With
make?
respect to our recommendation, this is going to be an unusual statement in at least a couple of ways. Although there is evidence, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. What difference at this point does it make? 110 emails.
It wasn't the best choice.
52 email chains
I made a mistake.
have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it
8
make?
of those chains are
It
top
was not a
secret.
good choice.
36 of those chains
I said it was a mistake.
and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Honey, someone's going to the house. Someone's going to the house. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
Who are you call the pops? I'm gonna call the pops.
We're recording you.
No. It's okay. I'm just your neighbor. Coming by to say howdy.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, we're not used to people stopping by to say howdy without assaulting us first, robbing us, or defecating on our lawn.
Sometimes all three.
The trifecta. We're from Los Angeles.
Just moved to Texas.
I figured.
Oh, the California plates?
Well, yeah, and the masks. Inside your own house. No one else around. 2022.
We just want to be extra safe.
We feel naked without masks.
We'll probably wear them for the rest of our lives.
We'll be buried in them.
Okay. Well, you seem like a lovely couple. Like I said, I just wanted to drop by and welcome you to the neighborhood.
Why? Do you want something?
Oh, no. They're, I think he's being friendly. People around here are friendly, like we've seen in the movies, right?
I thought that was just make-believe, like superheroes or families that go to church.
No, that's a myth. This is real life.
So, I live in that house over yonder. Name's Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. I'm Tiffany. She, her.
And I'm Steve, he, him.
What are your pronouns?
I don't believe in pronouns. I think they're reductive. In fact, just your asking about it is a microaggression.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. I'm just messing with you. I like all pronouns. My favorite is you.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Exactly. So, if you need anything, just holler. My wife and I'd be happy to help.
Baby, he has a gun.
I'm calling the cops.
I'm recording you.
No.
Recording.
All right, has anyone noticed this trend among some of our government experts lately? It starts off with them telling you a thing. If you question the thing, you will be mocked, ridiculed, and potentially censored. It then turns out later that the thing that they told you wasn't quite as true as they promised you it would be. And when you point this out, they revert to telling you that, well, they never told you the thing that they told you. And then when you show them incontrovertible proof that they did in fact tell you the thing that they told you, they just suggest that you should be mocked, ridiculed, and potentially censored. I can't imagine why we don't trust these guys.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing tonight? Let's see. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Deb. Hey, Guard. Hey, Jim. Hey, Mary. Hey, Stans. Hey, Anna. And that's it. Hey, rest of y'all that ain't talking.
And I'm going to say hello to everybody that Chuck just said hello to.
Go ditto. Like guy up the road during Christmas, this one neighbor, he had Christmas lights on everything, even the damn birdhouse in the front yard. The neighbor had a sign with a spotlight out front, shining on the sign that said ditto. I was like, you cheap fucker.
Yeah.
He probably got more laughs and amusement out of that by everybody than the other guy.
What's up, NC, Blaine, Echo, Hawk? Can't talk right now. What are you eating?
Hey, Patrick. His mouth's jacked up, he said. I guess that's.
Oh, we keep looking for him. I hope it gets better.
Oh, if it's a toothache, man, that shit can be hell.
All right, go ahead, Bonnie, if you need to do something.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Hey, I got pot roast and stuff on the stove if y'all can reach it. Yeah, Hawk, our dogs are they jumped the fence out there, so we got a chain we have to put on there to cover most of the yard, but neighbors, they got this little yipping thing out there, and he don't like the yellow dog, the German Shepherd. He likes the black one, and he don't bark. But the other one got out there today, and I guess he charged the fence barking at the yellow German Shepherd, Fritz, while he's out there. Fritz took to get running at him, and that one of them $50 dog chains from Tractor Supply, he snapped it. It straightened out the square ring on his collar, didn't break it, but broke the chain, and the dog did a backflip, and he stopped and looked at Wyatt while he's out there with him and ran back to the porch instead of going after the dog.
Oh. Hey, Chris Cat. Joseph. Howdy, Jim.
Jim, I'm not sure. Got a lot of old friends, Jim, but I could be taken one or two ways. So first guess would probably say Frog, which you don't me.
Maybe. I was just thinking about him the other day.
Yeah, I wasn't even out there. It's just Wyatt, and I could hear it in my mind's eye. I seen what happened, and he started explaining. It was just exactly what happened. Hey, Larry. Hey, CJ. Hey, Lucia. Connie. Let's see, Double Aught.
See, apparently you guessed it right. What's up, Frog? Hope you're doing good.
She's saying, somebody said, don't play a video on this platform. Fluff tunes or your channel will get taken down. That's Brenda telling me it's a video they're hiding or something. Not sure what it is. Brenda, if you can hear me out there, elaborate.
Talking about Q65?
Not really sure. She said something about Fluff tunes or something.
Hi, Mary.
Hey, Chrissy. Double Up follows you around, Chrissy?
See ya. Bonnie stepped away for a second. See ya. She'll be back. Howdy, Sheila.
Hold on a second. I'm texting Brenda back. Hey, Sheila. Anybody I missed? Sorry.
Every time I read Double Op Buck's Prep's handle, I can feel my shoulder from when I was a kid and got wheeled a double barrel, wire barrel, black powder with paper shell shotgun. And I could only find slugs with it. I had to have these paper shells made. And this was a mule. It hurt a lot of my friends, but that's
what this barrel here I got. It's a Damascus. It's like an 1863 double barrel rabbit ear.
Oh yeah.
And I remember shooting it as a kid. Dad couldn't find paper shells, so he'd shoot short brass. And
I got mine when I was 7, and I'd been shooting other calibers, smaller calibers. And I remember my sister, we'd throw a metal coffee can up into the air to shoot stuff, and she threw that up in the air. And the first time I shot it, Chuck, you couldn't have your finger anywhere near the second trigger or they'd both go off. And they did. And boom, I was right on my back looking up at that can. I hit it, but it put me right to the ground on my back.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them lost their wrench, and it wasn't by me, and it's happening again, I guess, because a few of them out there had them and don't now. But Hawk, I think you had one. I gave you one back. If you don't want it, tell me, and I'll take it off. I know you had one at one time when I first started doing channels. That's like I hit 160 or 180 a couple nights ago, and it's down to 150 again. They like jacking with you.
I don't even look at my numbers anymore. It don't matter.
I don't. It doesn't bother me anymore as long as they don't go back to that other number.
Oh yeah, that one. And like I've said, you may have been the first one I seen go through that, but you weren't the only one I seen go through that. And that seems a bit intentional when you see it happen more than once to people unrelated.
Quite a few people told me they went through it after they quit messing with me. Hey, camper.
Is that how you time yourself, Hawk, is by the number of your channel? Well, that was back when it was 2020 when it was Hawk's Mustard Seeds 5.
Hey, Sharon.
Have you thought about that we can all say it and sound like old prospectors and go back in the 1900s?
Even worse, the old prospectors hookers.
Where is your mind at, Chuck?
You just said that, and I thought, what was the name of that black something it was called? And it was a Western thing, and that guy had a bar that had a saloon, and he had a whorehouse, and he was where the prospectors brought their gold.
Are you talking about Blazing Saddles?
No, it was a series. They had 1 or 2 series or seasons of it, and it was in like the 1800s, and it was in a gold prospector town, and they had the old guy on there that ran the stuff, but he played the guy that ran the motel in
Deadwood.
Yeah, Deadwood. That's it. I wish they'd have done more with that, but
well, he died. I mean, once Wild Bill Hickok got killed, Deadwood kind of got boring.
I guess I just liked the group of people that were on it. They could have went somewhere else with it, kind of like Yellowstone. And I like the old one better than I do the new one.
Oh, I like that show a lot because I've been to Deadwood. I've been up through there, you know. And as a kid, I remember knowing that was the area that happened. So seeing it played out in that series was pretty cool.
Hey, George. Yeah, Brenda said everybody beware that plays any kind of videos and stuff on. There's a video called Fluff Tunes, and they're taking down channels over it. I guess I don't know if it went through Telegram or something, but she said to warn people. Canadian Patriot, Brenda. Hey, Sharon.
It's not that one everybody keeps talking about called Baby Shark.
Might be one of them. Who knows? I don't know what a fluff tune is, but
me neither. Fluff tune. Well, I know one thing I won't do anymore, Chuck, is that when I find out terms like that, I don't know what they are, I will not look them up on the internet, and I will not look it up on a site called Urban Dictionary.
Huh.
There's a lot of things out there that I just don't want to know.
Yeah, I know. No, we get enough thrown in our face. There's stuff that they have. If I don't know it already, then it's probably not worth knowing. A lot of it, anyhow.
Howdy, Sharon.
Hey, Lauren.
Yes, Blaine. Yep. He got the dead man's hand.
Yeah, aces and eights. That's what I was fixing to say. X-Men and Black Fluff. I seen some X-Men earlier somebody was talking about. That might have been it. Getting around already, or somebody's trying to play it. Hey, AFHK. Should have just said it. Abbreviating it takes as long as just saying it.
Yeah. George is in here. Hey, George. I didn't see him. Yep. Camperman. Lauren. How many's in here right now, Chuck?
Let's see. Let me refresh and look.
I see a lot of people.
48. They're 48.
Wow.
Pretty good for a step of the moment thing.
A lot of bored people on a Sunday night, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's messed up, Joseph. They were talking about somebody saying it earlier. I think it was Navy vet. That and a tsunami and.
Oh, did you see that where Wild West was putting in the chat like earthquakes all over the place and tsunamis and we're all gonna die.
Yeah, when they pulled the shit like they did last year with South Texas, hell froze over basically.
I watched it too, Hawk. It was real good, but it's like a cliffhanger one.
I need to get back into that. I don't remember how far. My son was asking the other day if I've watched anymore, and I can't remember where I stopped off at. So I guess it's time to start watching 20 minutes of them until I figure out where I stopped.
It's a good series. I look forward to the new episodes coming out.
Bonnie, you back?
Yes.
Everybody, I want to try to figure out what we did to you.
No, I've been on a live since. What time did I start that? 4?
Yeah.
So I went and grabbed me some food. And
year and a half, maybe about a year and a half ago, Bonnie, I did a whole like 32 hours jumping live to live to live, 32 hours straight of being on panels.
Oh, goodness.
Well, we did, what was it, 16 or 18 hours here a year ago, 6 months ago. And it was like, okay, everybody's asleep.
Yeah.
Well,
I fell asleep, and when I woke up, they were still going.
I mean, staying awake. I mean, I know Hawk did longer shows, but I think he got naps.
He did, and I fell asleep on his too. Hawk, if you have a blender, I had to do that when I had that problem, and I just put my whole supper in there and blended it up and sucked it through a straw. Even that hurts, but gotta eat. This is hard. I know that hurts.
Tracy, are you talking about Stephanie Kerr? Who are you talking about? Showed document. Yeah. Hey, Bon Eric.
Hi, Bon
Hey,
Eric.
Bon.
Right back to you.
Link's out there, Vaughn, if you want to come up.
We all miss you.
I'll try my best not to talk about creepy crawlies.
We won't. What series were y'all talking about?
Chosen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Chrissy Cat, there's a 3rd season, and tonight was episode 7.
Yep, I knew as soon as somebody said somebody else was coming on, I'd lose people. In a minute, there'd be half the chat here. I need to start looking around, see who's coming on, because I'll say somebody of the other channel's name and I lose it. I get discouraged and then I shut it down.
So shut it down if you want when 10 comes on. It gives, I mean, everybody's looking for a place to go, you know. You filled in between, 101 and 10. Perfect.
Carl, what are you watching it on?
I find them on YouTube, what these people are doing, and they're good copies. I mean, it's high definition, looks good, but what they're doing is they're doing what they call reviews, where they sit there and they'll watch it with you. So it'll be 15 minutes before the show comes on, and then they play it live on their YouTube channel. And there was no interruptions, no commercials tonight. The one I watched on episode 7 was great.
That's right. You had told me you look up on YouTube season
3, episode 7 was tonight. The thing is the link that I watched might already be gone, but there'll be new ones posted all the time.
Oh. Season 3, episode 7.
Mm-hmm. And there will be a lot of fake ones out there on YouTube. A whole lot. To the point to where it's discouraging if you're really looking for an episode. But keep looking. You'll find one.
Yeah, because I want season 3, 1. If I went on Prime and all they let me watch was the first 2 seasons. And I was like, they're fixing to do the Prayer on the Mount. What? Where's the rest?
Hawk, I would do that if I didn't have such an old phone. I'm kind of leery about adding more apps to my phone, so I just find them on YouTube. truth is, I can find anything I ever want to watch somewhere on the internet free somewhere. It's all there. You just got to look.
Hey, Vaughn.
I'll check that out, Tracy.
Blessings all. How everybody doing?
What's up, Vaughn?
Hi, Vaughn.
Where you been hiding, dude? We see you every now and then roll in, and
Oh, no, well, I'll be around. I still listen to everybody's chats and live and go live. I've been spending I homeschool my son, so a lot of times I'll be sleepy after I get done with him.
I just saw you in a chat either this morning or yesterday.
Yeah, I still come through and listen to everybody live.
yeah, my 16-year-old wants to go back to regular school. He's on homeschool, but it's basically the curriculums. He does it online, and they have live lessons if he needs any information or what have you. But he want to go back to regular school, so he's not doing his stuff.
Yeah, that regular school is just, it's just gotten too much, too political, and things like that. I just can't.
Yeah.
And there's two other things. It's too much is going on in schools, and then when people go and protest, you got to worry about being followed, and it's just being, I just can't. It's not worth it to go through all those changes. So
I try to warn him of it. That, and if the powers that be really wanted to do something, the way they can get to people at home is pick their kids up.
Right. Yeah. I just, then it's so many things they bring it into schools at a young age and trying to push children on. I think that's just too much too. There's too much you putting on children at a young age, and their mind's not capable to take those informations and able to departmentize it.
100% there, Vaughn. The kids should be absolutely clueless about such adult matters for as long as possible.
Right.
Hey, baby, I'll say hi to her in chat. She just said she's silent.
Well, hey, Biggie.
I'm all for the homeschooling. Kudos to you.
Yeah.
It's too crazy out there these days.
Yeah.
Chuck's always flirting with that Victoria gal that comes in chat once in a while.
So I see. How's Hawk doing? I heard y'all was talking about Hawk. I ain't seen him in a while. On his channel.
He's been down and out lately, but we're hoping he's gonna get better soon.
Oh yeah, I pray that he does. So what's been going on in the world?
YouTube flipped out for a couple of days there, but I think they'll calm down.
Oh yeah.
Here you go, 100%.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, they don't need to be teaching these kids that these weirdos with a mic in their pants, and they want the little kids to speak into the mic.
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah.
I was listening to some of the stuff they were saying on up in Congress, and I just couldn't get with the question. One of the questions they asked the Homeland Security guy and the person who's in charge of education, and it was like what they were saying. I was like, well, are you saying that you're taking the rights to, parents don't have no rights? Oh, I was like, oh no, that's just too much.
And that's exactly it. Once you put your child in public school, they become under the government. So the school, if a child says you thumped their head, the school can call CPS and they will arrest you.
Yeah.
And I've seen it happen. It's just they think that they own them once they go into that school.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So that's why I was like, wait a minute. that's it's going too far. I remember you didn't have all of that in school. I mean, first they took out prayer in school, and then I think it just went downhill after that. So
Yeah, I
How
remember
is
the
it-
Pledge of Allegiance, and then we had prayer, and
Yeah.
I got a question. How is it if you pulled out one of those things and brought it to work with you, or, you know, wave it around at a coworker's face or something, you get your ass sued off for sexual harassment, but they
Yeah.
can do that to kids.
right. Yeah. You go straight to jail. You go
I
straight
got
to
a
jail.
buddy who was 21 or 22, something like that. And the girl he's going to marry was 16, and they had all the things set up. The family was all cool with it. She got paperwork to get married. They had their rings, had everything paid and set up to go. And something happened. The mother come in drunk and tried to climb in bed with my buddy. He got pissed off and said some stuff. She lost her mind, called the cops, and said that he'd been sleeping with her daughter, and he's still paying for this. And it happened 15 years ago.
Oh man.
Because he was in her bed, even though she wasn't there.
Yep.
I got one for you. One of my buddy's brothers. We were all drinking. We were young, having a good time. This is a rural place. He had fences up on both sides of his backyard.
Hey, Weather.
And it was nighttime. And his brother went out and pissed behind the pole barn, and the neighborhood kids saw him do it. And it was on that list because of the charges they brought against him, because the neighbor kids saw him peeing.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
They consider it indecent exposure.
Oh wow.
Yep, double up. Best with me if anything, that kind of stuff like that happens with one of them with a microphone or follows my grandkids or kids or whatever. I best could hope for an insanity plea, but
Well, see, and that's it. When they go on field trips, we don't know where they're going to take them or what's the event at that place. Of course, I always went on the field trips with my kids because I wanted to make sure that they were not left or whatever. But
If you live through it, Chuck, I'll send you cigarettes.
I just see the place we used to see back in the day when we was kids. I just see changes, a total change, and I think a lot of burden and troublesome is going to be coming on our children's and
I
our
do
children.
yeah, just everything is allowed without parental consent. Used to, you would sign a paper saying whether or not you agreed to corporal punishment, or if they had to go on a field trip, you had to sign the paper and know everything about it, pay the money, whatever. I don't even know if they.
I gotta ask Firefly. I saw you ask me a question earlier. Did I answer it or did I forget to answer it? What was the question you asked me, Firefly? It's kind of hard to be on a panel and talk to chat and keep track of everything and listen to everybody. It can be a handful.
add that and putting content up or hunting for it.
Right.
It's kind of easy for me since I quit throwing a bunch of stuff up while we talked and keeping up with chat, but
I get distracted. I could be talking to you and then I'll read something in chat and forget what I just said to you because that was a funny ass comment or whatever it was, you know?
Yes. When I say, well, there, that went out the window, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
makes
I
you,
do remember you just saying that, Bonnie.
makes you mumble weird stuff like potato.
Oh.
Is it still cold in where you at, Bonnie? I think I heard you talk about the weather was cold. Is it still cold?
Actually, today was 75 degrees. I just went in there and I made sure the air conditioner was still on because my daughter thinks at night it gets cold, and we're still up to 60 right now. It's a major flip.
Mary, I looked that up a couple hours ago, and when I did, I found out that the day before Constantinople had an earthquake there by Turkey too. So there's more than one earthquake.
Oh wow!
Yeah, Bonnie, it's showing 53 here. I still got a window open by me.
Yeah.
But that's
And
what
then-
we're about 250 miles apart, 200 miles apart, something like that.
Yeah, 5 hours,
No.
whatever that is.
Now, has it ever been this cold where y'all at? This
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Last year we had that big freeze and snow and ice. Remember, the power was out.
How long was the power out?
Firefly, it was good. I just wasn't in the mood for it. I just did it because Vicky pulled it out and wanted it yesterday, and I took her out for Italian food while we were in Longview. So
Some in Texas, it was for days. I think we had I know it was over 100 deaths. I can't remember how many in all, but
some places was out of power without by like a month, wasn't it? A lot of people
Wow.
froze to death.
Oh,
Yeah.
What?
yeah.
You said people froze to death?
Yes, we're not used to that. So that's what I've been doing is collecting alternative heat. I have the ceramic pots. I have the candles. I have a bunch of blankets.
I just watched your show over too, Bonnie. Who was talking about filters on the buddy heater? You got to have a filter for a buddy heater for a 20-pound tank, or you're going to wear your buddy heater out in a fourth of its lifespan.
I think I think that was Deb was talking about. I don't think it was a buddy heater.
Yeah,
Is
she was
it-
talking about a buddy heater. She got the hose, which is the expensive part. The filters are cheap.
Oh, okay.
You just screw the filter in where you would normally put the 1 pound green little 1 pound canister, and then you screw the hose into that, and it saves because when you use the bigger tanks, more crap can get inside of your heater system.
Well, the main thing is the hose degrades on those the hose that runs across. If you've been swapping it around to different stuff, or depending on how old the hose is, I did some looking into it yesterday, and I found her a video on it. You don't have to have it. And he's like,
you're supposed to. All right, go to the YouTube and look up buddy heater filter and do some of that. You'll see a lot of guys going, man, I should have had the filter. I killed my buddy heater in no time flat. And then I found out later that the manufacturer recommends that you use a filter for longevity of your heater.
all right, well, the guy I watched, he'd been using the same one like that for 3 years, but I don't know what.
I'm talking a buddy heater, not a mystery
Yeah,
heater. The
it was a buddy heater.
for
The red one,
the indoor.
yeah, the red one is red and black and had to fold down or look like grate thing in the front, like you were talking about, that'll flip over. And
Well, you got to take the grate off. It doesn't say in the manual that it works as a grill, but if you just kind of push it down a little bit, the front grill will come off and it'll hook to the top handle, and you can use it for a little grill like I'm doing right now, heating up my coffee. The thing is with these buddy heaters, there's a lot of Mr. Heaters out there, and the one that I saw you hold up, the little round one, I used to have one of those, and that one's clean burning indoors too. But the older style Mr. Heaters and some of the industrial ones and stuff, they're not clean burn, meaning that they don't use up your oxygen and they don't put off a gas that's harmful to you, carbon monoxide. But with the filter, all that's doing is protecting your heater. It makes it a cleaner burn. And I know that you don't really need those on those old style Mr. Heaters. They're a different operating system,
well, I was just saying, I watched the video on a guy who'd been doing it for 3 years. He went and bought him a new one, same kind as a buddy heater, and he wanted to have one in the front part. He spends a lot of time in his camper in Montana, and he got tired of dragging it around at night, so he just went ahead and bought him a second one with the same hookup and a propane bottle.
I got this one right around 2000. I was thinking about it, so I got out the manual and stuff. But this one I got around the year 2000, and I've used it for entire winter straight through. And I really believe the only reason that thing still works so good is because I've been using them filters.
And what's this called again?
It's a buddy heater. It's a propane heater that, you know, they're designed to have the 1 pound little propane tanks just screw onto them. But you can get a hose and use it with the bigger tanks, and that's what I'm talking about is when you use the filter.
And what is it? It heat the entire house or just a room?
No, just not a big area. You would have to shut off some doors or hang blankets or something.
Okay.
It keeps the tent pretty warm, you know. I mean,
yeah,
it's efficient for a 1 room heating.
Oh, okay.
Chuck, is it okay if one of your mods drops my channel for BC?
Hello? What? Sorry about that. Why was asking me something?
That's okay. Is it okay if one of your mods drops my channel for BC?
Yeah, that's fine. I have no problem with that. I just get upset when people say somebody else is live and everybody leaves. I mean, you even had that conversation.
And
hey, Rescue! I didn't just now seen you snuck in.
I don't know who's loud here.
What do y'all do? What about the animals down when it gets cold like that? What do y'all have to do?
Dad.
It shocks them.
We bring them inside.
Oh,
if you got chickens and stuff, a lot of them saying that these chickens down here are used to the high temperature, not used to the cold.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be kind of like taking chickens that have lived in Texas and putting them in Ohio in the winter. It'd kill them off too.
Oh wow. Okay. So you got to bring them in.
Yeah, they get acclimated, I guess the best way to put it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw a lady in Alaska that she doesn't use any heat lamps or anything, and they get 40 below. And
Vaughn, I thought you'd like the cold weather because everything else was hibernating.
You said what?
I said I figured you'd like the cold weather because all the creepy crawlers are out hibernating.
Well, as far as that, yeah, but nah, I don't particularly get along with the cold. Nah, I don't. I stay inside when it's cold.
Hey, Larry and Edna, I don't know if you guys heard me a minute ago. Hey, Gina.
Jerry Lee asked a question. I've never seen a ceiling mounted wood stove, but they make a split. But are the splits electric? They're electric, aren't they?
The only ceiling mounted wood stove I've ever seen were those Art Deco ones that are attached by the chimney and hover just over the hearth. They were like, that might even be like 60s tech, really arty looking things.
You talking about the split units of air conditioned heaters that you get, like they make them for like 1 room or whatever?
Thank you, Double Up. Yeah.
They're all electric, I think.
That's what I thought they were.
They're good, like for a room that everybody wants to stay in, so you could have your house set at one temperature, and if you want to be cooler in that room, then.
Yeah, when I got that it was 16 by 50 building, and we were going to build inside of it and make it how we wanted it. I was thinking I was going to have to get 2 of those splits because my granddaughter wanted her room closed off so it wouldn't be wide open. But at the same time, you can close it off and leave a space because they're arched up and just have the wall straight across so that the air would flow over. But I still figured it was going to take 2 splits for that size, 16 by 50.
Yeah, you have to look. I think some of them do more area than others too. So.
And that's true too.
Are many people down where y'all getting solar panels or no?
Not around me. which is kind of funny because they're really pushing Texas to get them.
Mm-hmm.
But people are looking more for wood stoves. Wood stoves you can't find anywhere. Propane, we don't have natural gas, so it's propane here.
Okay.
My mother's house, we're fixing to put she's going to get a Generac on her house, and that's a whole house generator. And there's different kinds and different fuels and all kinds of different stuff. It's an expensive ordeal.
Carol.
You want a cheap way out and easy to find, you can buy these kits, Bonnie, that you can dress up a 55-gallon drum into a wood stove. It's a kit that converts a barrel into a wood stove. And they're simple, and they don't, you'll burn it out eventually, but they'll last several years. And if it did burn out, you just get a new barrel.
Make sure you keep fire break in it, and that'd be the main thing, and it'll last longer.
Yeah, yep. But
so it would have to sit on a cement block of some sort, wouldn't it?
They put legs on it, you get the little thing to put under them.
There's fire tile and there's fire brick, and usually what people do is they'll build a little tile hearth for under the stove, and then a fire brick background or backboard for the wood stove.
Okay.
You see them now, how they're doing it, Carl. They put the corrugated barn metal behind, but they make sure they got these ceramic spacers between the metal and the wall.
Yeah, you could even use those old style ceramic wires from the old electric fences. There's a bunch of ways to improvise that, and they even have like drywall that's meant for fireboard. It's called fireboard. There's a bunch of fire retardant products you could use to make it safe. But you got also
stuff you can use in the shower too that it won't. It's, I think, fire and water retardant both, isn't it?
Well, the fireboard's not water retardant. It's just like drywall. All right, you can damage it with water. But you also, where the pipe goes through, whether it's going through the ceiling or through the wall, you have to pull the insulation away from it, and you got to put flashing, and you don't want to run a leaky pipe through a dry wall, or something. You come into some problems there.
Rescue's got a good idea.
Yeah, I've seen what Rescue's talking about. I see where some of them use the pipe coming out of the top of the stove. It looks like it's still almost with this coil of copper pipe on it.
Copper piping, yeah.
But they run a cold water line through that, and it heats off of that smokestack and heats your water up.
Hey, 101. Yeah, that works too. I've seen people run a black irrigation line for the old sprinkler systems, and they run that on their roofs in that corrugated metal. So the sun catches them black tubes, he heats it up hot. And then all you got to have is like a little 12-volt water pump or something to move it.
It heats the water in your house?
Hey, prepping.
You can have, I've seen a lot of solar water heaters. That there's an old magazine from the 70s. It was called Mother Earth News. And they used to have all kinds of, do-it-yourself, solar water heaters and all kinds of stuff. Composting toilets. They came up with all this stuff is old. All those ideas are old.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That wooden stove sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
They even make a double one, a barrel kit for a double wood stove for like bigger shop areas and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen them. The top one's usually like a heat reserve burner like thing where it probably makes it more efficient and use more of the gases up, doesn't it?
Yep, it catches, it's like cycles the heat that comes through the stovepipe, because if you have a straight pipe coming off of a simple wood stove like this Army one I got, you lose a lot of heat. You open that flue up all the way and all your heat's going too. So if you damper that flue back, you can feel all of a sudden the heat starts to be kept down lower in the tent, you know, and it dissipates better.
Links out. Anybody wants up? Got room for 6 more if they want.
They still print Mother Earth News, Firefly. I didn't even know that stuff that was still out there.
I think it's a smaller version of it. Either that or the reprint that I can't remember. I was looking that up when I was looking up that other stuff you were telling me about them other books.
Oh, Back to Basics or something?
Yeah, Basics. And wasn't it something Firefly too that you guys are having me look up books on?
Everything is good, Tennessee Bridge. Yep, everything is good. And thanks for asking, my brother.
You know, there was a lot of this stuff was in. I was real lucky because I was somebody. I think it was an uncle or something. I don't even remember who it was, but they bought me a 20-year subscription to 4 magazines. So I got Outdoor Life, Field and Stream, but then I got Popular Science and Popular Mechanics. For 20 years, I had those subscriptions, and there was a lot of do-it-yourself stuff in Popular Science and Popular Mechanics. You could order away for plans and greenhouse add-ons to your house and all kinds of cool stuff that you. I'm sure that stuff's probably, you could look it all up online. I'm sure.
And what's it called again? What's it called?
Popular Science and Popular Mechanics. Both of those publications had all kinds of. I'm talking way back in the 70s. They had innovations on solar panels. You could build your own, all kinds of stuff. You know?
Oh wow.
Now
Mother Earth News was like that too.
Now they try to sell all the survival books, and they can get really expensive.
Oh yeah.
The do-it-yourself stuff, and just the books are expensive.
Oh yeah, the Foxfire books.
Yeah, I'm looking them up now. One person on Amazon, they're selling $450 for the set. Another one on Amazon, $226 for the set for 12 or 14 books.
Wow.
Crazy.
Hey y'all.
Hi, Dad.
Hey.
Yeah, hello.
I got a funny thing to say about YouTube. I was wondering why people were calling me Debus. It's because they took my flag. They took my flag emoji and they put US, so people were calling me Debus.
Yeah, it shows up.
These people are like, I don't like this Debus girl. And I'm like, I don't think I'd like me either with a name like that. That sounded weird.
NC Debus.
Yeah, so I removed the flag because it was Deb US, I guess.
Yes, that's the way it would show up because we don't see the
Forevermore, it was Debus from then on.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. That's funny.
It almost looked like that guy Mushmouth off Fat Albert talking. It always had the weird stuff.
What about Garrett though? Garrett's got one too. Is he Garretus?
Yeah.
Hey, Diva.
Is he really? I gotta tell him.
Love you, Indy.
Hey, Indy.
Hey, Indy.
I'm fixing to look up Foxfire books on Facebook Marketplace.
He's going into the resale business now.
I'll be damned, they're on here.
Go on eBay, man. Go on eBay. You can always get it cheaper there.
Yeah, but never fight for it at auction price. Go right to buy it now, newly listed, and refresh it every time you walk by the computer. You're more likely to get a deal.
I walked away from them because they really, I had like 300 rings on there or something, and they were trying to charge me every month instead of the ongoing. And I like left them about, 6-7 years ago, and I just started buying on there again.
On eBay? On eBay?
Oh yeah, they got really, PayPal would come around the back and back charge you, and then they used to have ongoing listings. You could list it and then it wouldn't charge you every month. Well, when you pay 25 or 50 cents a listing times 200 and something rings, I was like, what happened? And I just like walked. I had a huge following, and hundreds of people bought from me, and I was on there for like 20 years. Sold all my mom's stuff, sold collectibles, sold jewelry, clothes, and I was so distraught.
Same thing, Deb.
Yeah, I
I
made
did
like
it for
9 grand
25
one
years.
year. I was so happy.
And I quit doing it too because of the exact type of thing you're talking about. I did eBay for 25 years and then they got screwed and I quit.
Yeah. Yep.
Mary
Oh, wow.
Freeland said Italy just issued a tsunami warning now.
Italy?
Yeah, there's about 3 or 4 countries involved, and Stephanie was saying that the plates are going to start shifting. She's like really kind of freaky about the whole thing. She was pulling it up as it was coming up. It was wild.
They keep this damn HARP going and CERN going, so they got CERN all over the place. They're gonna create something that they can't hide from.
You know what they did, Chuck? I saw where CERN screwed up. They actually admitted to screwing up, and that's why some of the problems that we're having. I mean, think of how much power that place takes. Probably takes all our power, which is why we have to pay so much.
Yeah, that could be why places getting brownouts and blackouts.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they said they made a big mistake, and I can't find it on YouTube again, but I did watch the video, and it was the people, the actual employees, and they said they did something that they didn't really mean to do, and I'm like, yeah, I bet you did.
They probably opened the gate up to Potato Land and let the rest of his family through.
Well, they need to be sucked up above the White House, and then they need to just be like the whole DC, you know, like that little area there just needs to be just sink.
Yep. Flush that sewer.
They're all underground anyway. Just bury them.
Underground, if that shit fractures and water gets in there, they're screwed.
You talking about DC, right?
Yeah, have you ever seen Von Erich? Have you ever seen what they've done with the concrete? The whole place is just like solid, thick, like foot or 2 thick concrete everywhere.
Yeah. I've seen it. I don't go too much in DC.
I was there when I was 12 and I got the grand tour and I was driving, not 12, I was 16 and my dad and his buddy from Xerox sent me there to help drive, and I had to drive a 1-ton van and I was 16 and I almost clipped a freaking gas pump. I took out, like I lost the hubcap. I'm like, what are you trying to do, Dad? But I
Rescue's comment right there. I thought about that rescue. And again, they've had 2 earthquakes in one day. And that's also where the Euphrates River, the head of the Euphrates starts in Turkey, the one that's dried up.
It was 1 to 10 million worth of damage. And that's just like the beginning estimates.
Before I got on here, I went to YouTube, just put in earthquake Turkey, went to the filters, hit newly listed, and there was rows after rows of videos. It's going to be bad. They haven't even begun to assess the damage.
Golly, that's something else. Yeah, I think DC. That area. That area is something else.
Yep, it's not even part of here, so that's part of the same place and overseas. It has the same monument.
Just call it the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
The 3 evil ones.
The Vatican has a smaller version of the same monument we have in DC, and so does England.
But you know, it's a guy that owns the monument now.
What's up, Rage?
Hey, Rage. Hey, T-Tac.
Where'd you go, 101? I seen you there a minute ago.
I tell them the link's out if any of them want to come up.
Tennessee Tactical had a question in chat for you, Chuck.
I probably missed it.
ATT1.
Let's see. Yeah, I think that's a lot of it. It's like, hey, look at these balloons up here. Another one I was paying attention to, T-Tac, was if we really were going to do something about that balloon, don't you think we'd have done it as they're starting to get over our land, like back when it was over Alaska, instead of waiting until he makes it all the way across so it could do whatever it was going to do? Sorry, y'all, about that damn train.
Troll train.
I wasn't talking about the train yesterday, Chuck. I was talking about the freight train ear ringing in my head in chat. I love your train.
That thing blasts me.
My brother had one in Carrollton, Texas that would rattle the walls.
Son of a bitch, I mute it and it comes back. Hey, Cage. Anybody else want? I've got room for 4 more. You there, Cage?
Howdy. How's
Hey,
it going?
bud.
What's up, Red?
Hey, just tapping her cool.
First time I've ever been on panel with Rage. I'm honored.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, T-Tac, for all I think, it could have been a damn fentanyl duster flying over.
Oh, wow.
So, hey, Rage, all day long I've been telling people we went to DEF CON 2 for the Northern Command, Eastern Command, European, African, and Indo-Asia Command, and nobody cares.
So hang on. Everywhere except for Europe?
No, Europe's on DEF CON 2 right now too. The highest level. We're at the highest level we've been since the Gulf War, and nobody seemed to care.
Are we normally on 3? Haven't we been 3 since Oblabla was president?
Yeah, between
We've
3
been
and 5.
on 3 since this administration got in.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did Happy Socks say about that balloon, Cage? I know it flew over y'all for a while too.
Well, I mean, that's so stupid. I heard before I came on, you made a good point, is that, they could have knocked this thing down before it got to Alaska, or they could have made told them to turn this thing around or do whatever, right?
Yep.
And ironically, when you follow the trail, the damn thing went right over my house.
Sure.
But
So it's your fault.
they're deflecting and everything just like everything else. But we're starting to find out some pretty unkind things about our own DOD and military and everything here. And just like everything else, they're infiltrated right to the top. And you don't get to the top unless you're one of the bad guys.
Rage, it went over my house. My friend said it went right over my house, and my Wi-Fi, my landline, my Roku, and my cell phones were all like blanking out, and my ears were like ringing so freaking loud for like a day and a half. And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
When the Doomsday plane was out flying around here a few months ago, I watched it on the radar headed right towards me, went outside, saw the Doomsday plane, and it went up to the UP and did a bunch of circles up by the Upper Peninsula for a while.
Well, the funny thing is they didn't shut down any airports until it got over the Carolinas and close to the ocean. And then that's why your phones and everything went down. They shut down all the airports and everything else, and then they went after it.
Well, they evacuated Myrtle Beach, I heard. They evacuated everybody there on the coast.
So they went after it? When you said they went after it?
They could have plucked it, and they shot it out of the air. They could have got it down a different way.
Well,
they hurried up to close the barn door after the livestock got out.
Well, exactly. And here's the thing is that apparently they dropped it in deep water.
I thought it was, when I first heard, I was thinking they had some type of deal to do that because Russia has planes that fly over, and we fly planes over Russia. They have some type of deal that they do land study. So that's what I thought what was going on. But I didn't know that.
There's lots of places that it flew over, even on the continental United States in the lower 48. They could have taken it down in a controlled manner, had it come down nice and slow instead of taking it out with a missile like they showed us they say they did. And they could have brought it down under control into a farmer's field or a forest where they can still get to it or whatever that is. But they didn't do that.
Gee, like the
again,
Chattahoochee National Forest or the National Forest that's right next to me, that would have been okay, you know?
Well, that's the thing. My point all along was, how come every news agency on planet Earth was talking about this thing all of a sudden? Every single news agency, no matter where you went, RT News, Brazil News, Al Jazeera, Australia, everywhere was talking about this balloon. So to me, it was more about the distraction than the actual event.
Well, for one, that we allowed it into our airspace and over a major place that had stuff that they didn't need to see.
Well,
and for two, because of Congress exploding about the whole Crane Biden, everybody linked together thing that's been going on for years that is finally coming out.
Right. That's what I think you're right on that. I think they do. I just
Let
think
me
that,
answer Tom because he's asked me a question in chat. Do I sound shook up, brother? I'm not really that shook up, but I do like to keep tabs on things. I like to be observant. You know, I like to know what's going on. If I can, if you can believe it, you know.
Well, you know, the thing is too is that I've been watching the markets and a few things like this, and just looking for other things that, you know, what are we not supposed to see? What are we missing? And here's the thing, like you're talking about, first question you asked me. So why are we at DEF CON 2?
The best answer I can give to that was Putin's statement today about you bring the armor and I'm going to bring something worse.
Well, okay, but you know, here's the thing. I mean, that's a play on words too, because you and I both know, even back in our day, there was a lot of things. They didn't need nukes. They've got the mother of all bombs. They've got the Trident missiles and different things that don't have nuclear
all
warheads
that
on
stuff
them.
too. But the only thing I see, Rage, is somebody trying to start a war. All right, and to me, it's like, okay, their whole narratives are collapsing. They're about ready to pay the price. Hey, quick, start a war. There's squirrel.
Yeah. Well, that's got to be it. I mean, the markets dropped on Friday night, on Friday afternoon. Everything was worth nothing. Like the Dow Jones, everything dropped. Gold, silver, you name it, except for the US dollar. It went up. And I'm like, okay, well, here we go with another Friday market close surprise, right? And I haven't looked at today to see what's going on, but here we are at it's 9:39 Mountain Time, so the markets have opened in Japan. So it'd be interesting to go take a look at the Tokyo Exchange and then watch the Hong Kong and the Beijing and Jakarta and see what's going on with the markets. Because if we're at DEF CON 2, that's going to cause market manipulation and stress too, right?
Yep. But I think, if the dollar when the dollar went up, was it steady?
Gina,
No.
we went to DEF CON 2 today.
Yeah, today on a Sunday.
DEF CON 2 today.
Yeah, just one sec here. Let me check something here.
Mary said prisoner released from Gitmo attached to 9/11.
Well, you know, there may have been some people falsely persecuted since it may not have gone down like they say it did.
Which politician they released?
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome, Gina. Man, I don't know. It's just like this DEF CON thing. I wouldn't not.
Well-
I would if I heard about the DEF CON thing. I wouldn't not want to tell you people. I'd want to tell you people, even if it's not good information, you know, and it changes. I would still want to tell you guys that.
Yeah, but that'd
So-
bring out the worst in everybody if it was real.
Well,
Okay,
it's
so
a pretty
here's the thing.
serious
So-
thing, man. It's just like Tennessee Tactical just said in there. The last time was 9/11. The time before that was the Cuban Missile Crisis. Both of those
Yeah.
times were pretty serious. So
Well, how come we didn't go to DEFCON 2 weeks ago when every aircraft in North America was grounded again? Like what was going on there, and how come that happened just before the balloon came? Okay.
Yeah.
All of a
well,
sudden-
you know, it's funny you mentioned that because I did some recordings. I've shared them with people, but I'll tell you what, Blackhawks. I saw my first Osprey. All right, I've been seeing some shit, man. When it was active, just like you said, 2 weeks before the balloon.
Yep.
That's why.
Well, and Dave over at Southern Prepper 1 showed today the Blackhawks flying over his place at 100 feet. And it was a whole sortie. There was Apaches, 5 or 6 Apaches flew over the deck above his place. They were only 100 feet in the air.
I got the same thing here on tape.
Okay, so that's illegal. The only time they're allowed to do any kind of maneuvers like that, as you know, is if there's an actual emergency or if they're training over top of a military base.
Yeah, that's
There
going
is
on
reports
radar.
of them under training. There's been reports of them being in training right now. But,
Well, yeah,
see,
but-
it's civilian aircraft that can't go anywhere below the 500-foot limit. The military can do that.
They were
Well,
flying
they're
under radar.
not supposed to do it over top of any kind of residential area or that kind of thing. So
Well, they do that in Michigan here a lot, Ray. I might have. You see, that's what's weird is here in Michigan, I'm used to seeing A-10s all the time. You know, the Warthogs. They're based here in mid-Michigan. It went from A-10s and a few cargo planes to a lot of cargo planes and a lot of helicopters and a lot of fast movers. And I don't even see the A-10s no more.
Chuck's trying to say something.
No, I was just agreeing. I was telling Brenda, yep. She's wondering if anybody can see her comments. Yeah, you got a wrench, Brenda. So yeah, only people that shouldn't see you is if they got you.
yeah, I haven't been checking chat here just a second. It's funny because gold and silver, crude oil, a bunch of things have gone up today. But I don't think the markets are everything. It's usually a good indicator of something happening. What time of the day did they put the DEFCON in? Do you remember?
Yeah, the first I heard about it was pretty early, probably around 2:00 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Was the dollar the only currency that went up?
No, the euro went up as well.
Well, and I've heard.
Let's see here. So crude oil went up, gold, silver, the euro, the U.S. dollar, the German Deutschmark, the what else here? Japan's currency went up. But everything else, all the cryptos, all the BTCs, all that went down. The Nikkei index went up, but again, you're talking overseas, right?
You said the crypto went down?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I expect
Crypto
that.
went down 11.
Yeah, I expected that because of the FTX thing. I think that may go down a little more.
Well, they've been saying for the past year that they've been telling the military to get their homes in order. So something's been up for at least that long.
The dollar is the world currency, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like all the other currencies are compared against the dollar.
Okay.
But again, on the weekend, on Friday night after close, every currency in the world, every market, every commodity lost money except for the U.S. dollar.
Yeah.
The U.S. dollar went up after trade.
Do you
So
anybody else
what
think
were
of
they
it
doing
this
with all
way?
these- what were they doing with all these other markets that they wanted to buy them with U.S. dollars that they had to bring it up? And how come the U.S. dollar went up in value when we're supposed to be borrowing from China to pay Ukraine?
I think it's a lot of. Wouldn't it go up due to, like you said, the military? You know, a lot of countries is buying from us when it comes to the any military south.
And
Wartime is profitable, say, so it's a lot of stuff around that.
Well, you know, something else that's hilarious is guess who's been buying all kinds of American military guns and gear and ammunition from the Taliban?
Russia.
Russia.
Yeah.
But China's broke.
It's probably fresh from Afghanistan.
That's what he's talking about.
It is. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Yep.
If what they're saying is true, China is broke because of them shutting down for the last 3 years, and their economy is just destroyed.
They've hoarded so much shit, though. They got the thing on all kinds of grains and metals, and they've been hoarding all this shit back.
Plus all the buildings that they locked people in and burned down and that kind of stuff, you know.
Well, again, that doesn't mean anything to them. They don't value human life.
Yeah,
The military industrial complex could use some profit about now.
Their people can be broke, but I bet you the ones behind it all over there in China aren't broke. They got gold and silver too.
Yeah, they're making money. Yeah, they're making money. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing too is they've got things set up. Remember, they have all those empty cities and everything, right?
Yep.
And that all has to do with land values and markets and everything like that. Like they're not broke. And was it Tex or Carl? One of you guys just said you were talking about everything they've got in storage. Like it's not just corn. They've got and gold. Like they have everything you can think of. Wheat, coal. They're actually storing coal underwater on their littoral banks.
Yeah, and they got copper, steel, aluminum.
All of it. Yeah.
But a lot of that stuff they importing that, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, again, there's no shortage of trains moving in Canada, all headed west, and it's been that way.
You're all making me want to sing.
Now.
You're all making me want to sing. Generals gathered in their masses. Come on, join along.
Well, 9/11, they bought 90% of that steel.
Hell of a concert, Camo, man. He was unbelievable and loud. Ian.
Well, Ukraine is not the most corrupt country in the world. Canada is, and we got a lot of shit happening up here that again it's just getting hidden from people and everything else, and you know, you talk about these smart cities and everything they're trying to bring in. Most of our major cities voted this stuff back in either 2017 or 18. They started voting in the whole smart city ideas and everything.
Yeah, I just see the police robots, how I'm like, wow.
I never heard about empty cities. Can you explain?
Wait, you saw
in China, there's a shit ton of cities that are been built, but nobody's living there. And,
wait a minute. Did Bond say Polish robots? Because if he said Polish robots, we got to have Polish robot joke.
Oh my God.
We got to have like garlic roll. We got to have like the saw, right? And all that.
Camo got a shipment, I think, is what's going on. Anyway, Rage.
Okay, so yeah, there's a bunch of cities in China that have been built and they're empty. There's nobody living there.
A lot of it was evacuated cities too. They took the people, put them in other places, and built in them. Wasn't it how they did a lot of that?
Well, they did a lot of that, but the other thing is, a lot of those buildings are modular. So what they can do is they have these buildings just sitting there and doing nothing.
It's a
But
smart city, though. You said something about being a smart city.
well, that's in Canada.
Oh, okay.
There's smart cities already in China as well, but no, these
Yeah.
empty cities, again, what they are, a lot of them, is what they can do is if they need to do a bunch of construction in the country or wherever it is in another city or whatever, they can just go into these empty cities and tear something down, move it, and put it back up again. For instance, when the whole COVID thing happened, and all of a sudden there was a new hospital on the outskirts of Wuhan, and everybody's like, well, how'd they do it that fast? Well, they literally went down the road 140 kilometers, took down the hospital that was sitting empty, brought it to Wuhan, set it up, and brought in the gear and the people, and they had an operating hospital.
Modular,
About a large
portable,
building.
expandable building systems.
It's called
Yeah.
modular building.
And they could
Wow.
build it. They could build it in a week.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Huh.
They have
They-
skyscrapers. They have skyscrapers that they can take down and
Yeah.
move and put
Yeah.
back up again. The whole
Yeah.
skyscraper.
On the
Yeah.
Lego concept, basically like Legos. They just
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
they can't
exactly.
be very good, like for weather and stuff.
Yeah,
No,
they
actually,
are.
it's-
They tested.
They are. They
Yeah.
are.
Wow.
really.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wonder if it's like that barn that Hawk was saying that those guys were building when they got hit with the whatever the chemical. He said it had like metal beams, but it was a kit, like a kit to put together.
In fact, they trying to get some of the city's legislations to pass some of the laws so they can come in and build those put those buildings in because it's cost effective. But the
And we
union,
can't even build them for our homeless. A tiny version. Come on.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
let me ask you something. So I've noticed this in Alberta for the better part of 15 years. But how many of you live even in small towns or in a city or a town that's, 8,000, 10,000 people, and then bigger from there? And there's all these new buildings that they've put up a new building. It's an office building, or they've got a warehouse, or whatever it is, but it's sitting empty, and you cannot afford to rent the place or lease it. They got lease signs, right?
They're all over Michigan, brother.
They're everywhere, right? Well, how come they can build up these multi-million-dollar buildings in these small towns all over the place and let them sit empty? Because
We got
now,
a freaking crypto mine, Rage. We got a crypto mine in a freaking town of 2,000. And it is a bitch to have that people that live around it are like, and they put a wall around it because everybody was bitching about the noise and the buzzing, and they only put the wall up about 12 feet. Like, it's going to come right out the top. And so we're raising hell about that. Plus it does power things to our, to our little grid here.
If they had a crypto mine over there at the dam in China over there, they found it was running off the power station. They had it built underground and they was mining crypto. Some people got caught doing that shit there.
yeah, they got it.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, they got it in Switzerland, and I think it's somewhere over in the Arctic area. They got the money. I think that's the biggest because it's underground and it's cool. It's cool there. So
So maybe it was good guys that was hitting those power plants over there in North Carolina.
well, and that's another thing too. And that's all about just getting people scared and everything else. I mean, they want to take down power in certain areas so people talk about it. But the other thing is, like, you talk about the power underneath the crypto mining and all that. I've been trying to figure out here for the last month or so, how come in Canada, a lot of the folks on the eastern seaboard of the United States get their power that's generated in Quebec. And there is 6 major turbines on the dams in Quebec, but only 2 of them are sending power out. The rest of them are operating, but the power is not coming down the line. So where's the power going?
Is this Quebec, Ontario, or Quebec province?
Quebec province.
Okay.
Northern
Why
Quebec.
does the word crypto mine remind me of a mass grave?
Because crypto is what? Cryptology?
What was that place they
Tales from the
call?
crypt.
What's that place called underneath in Italy that they buried all those, or walls made out of skulls and stuff? What was
Yeah,
that?
crypt. Yeah.
Hey, what?
Kryptonite.
Well, in ancient Egypt, the cemeteries were called crypts.
Yeah.
Right, but there's a name for that one under Italy. I can't think of it for some reason.
I got a pocket full of kryptonite.
Well,
no, I'm singing.
There's one under Paris and one under New York City that have millions and millions of skulls.
Yeah, it's like a necropolis, but what's it called?
I can't remember.
Yeah, New York's thing, that's back from what? They're figuring it's 500, 600, 800 years.
The catacombs.
One of the
Thank
old
you, Watt.
Catacomb. That's right.
Thank you, Watt Life. I could not think of that word.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, they got empty buildings here, like what Tom was saying, where I'm at also. But what they doing is in the area where they have them is the tourist attractions. You got the football stadium, the baseball stadium, and many other attractions that they have down there. And what they doing is the subway and everything is going straight into the inner city. So you have to have, it's very expensive for those hotels, and they use it for doctors, because here where I'm at, John Hopkins brought mostly everything on the East Coast, and then there's another hospital brought not the East Coast, the east side of the city, and the other hospital brought the West. So they building buildings around there, and it's a tax break for them too when they build them also.
You'd be amazed to see how many civilizations have been built over in the last 1,500 years. Like right where we're sitting, any of these major cities, there's old pictures of cities that have mud streets but have beautiful buildings and stuff and houses and what have you. That's architecture that it was amazing, and they got mud streets that windows are covered halfway up with mud.
Yeah.
And a lot of the buildings, like we got the headquarters of Under Armour is here, and a lot of cities are going after called tip tax. And once you get that passed in legislation, as far as the area, it's an undeveloped area, so you get money, you get tax money. Matter of fact, the owner of the Ravens used that to build a lot of buildings around the stadium. But it's called a tip tax, and you get laws passed, and if the area that you around and you building on is undeveloped and it's a poor area, things like that, you get money just to build on there. And then once you get the money, whatever people that comes in there, you get a tax break, plus you get the money from the people who's renting the place. So it's all and the opportunity zone, because Trump passed that opportunity zone. So if you in that opportunity zone area, you get.
Well, I wonder about some of these things like. For instance, they replaced the Northlands Coliseum in Edmonton with a new arena downtown, and they were supposed to tear down Northlands Coliseum, turned into.
Yep, that's the point I was going to get to, Canadian Patriot. Look up World Fairs and rebuilding of civilizations and technology.
Tartaria.
I thought Sparkle Socks took Rage down. I was like, oh no.
He's got the same internet provider I got, AOL Online.
Oh, AOL. I didn't even know they still exist.
Yeah, I thought they
I'm
was.
just joking. I'm just joking, but that's what it's like.
I thought
That's why that balloon went through, is adjusting everybody's internet. If you think about it, the internet was wonky as hell for like a week.
Well, ever since the crypto got here, ever since the crypto mine, we get power outages. and we never got power outages for more than, I think I had one in 2 years, and then boom, it's put in there, and then we've had 5, 6, 8 hour power outages now.
That's because them things steal a lot of power. It takes a lot.
It takes a lot of power. And then
We get our power from Georgia, believe it or not. We get it's like if I was to go to the power company, it's like an hour and 15 minutes for me.
That's a lot.
Well, I'm getting all kinds of interference and stuff here again, so I'm gonna take off.
Rage, keep your eye out for another balloon.
Oh crap! Yeah.
99 loft balloons.
Yeah, I put that up somewhere the other day, and they laughed about it.
Yeah, I saw that.
98 now.
Yeah, there's only 98. They lost one.
It did its purpose. They got rid of it in a good spot where nobody could find it.
Yeah.
Order 63.
So they shot. So it went down over the sea, over the waters.
Yeah, they shot it down over the water. Yeah.
So now all the fish are nano fish.
Probably. All right, folks. Thanks for bringing me up, and good to see you all. And we will chat soon.
Thanks for coming, brother. Good to see you.
Take
care.
Later, Ray.
Take care.
Hey, VW.
Take care, guys.
Stella.
Camo, are you in your 24-hour mode, or you 48-hour, or what's that? Because it was a full moon.
I was stuck forever in the 36. I think Camo lives in that still.
He said it's normal for him.
I stay up a couple days and I sleep a little while. I get up for a day and a half and I sleep for a little while. And if I sleep too long, I might be up a couple more days.
Campbell, was it you telling me there's some kind of military term for that when people get stuck in a 36-hour awake thing?
Yeah, that's called guard duty.
No, I mean, it's like something your mind locks into. See you,
No, I
Kate.
don't think it was me.
So they took the one down in Canada also.
What it was a balloon in Canada too?
Was
Yes.
that Riddle? I think it was the same one
Oh,
because it came down through Alaska into Canada. When it entered into here, it was in Montana. Then it worked its way toward the Carolinas.
Oh, okay.
Following the.
because I had heard there was 3. One in Canada, one here, and one in Latin America.
Yeah, I heard that. Whether it was lies or people were seeing it all over, assuming it was more, I don't know. But it was so damn high up, we couldn't see it from the ground. Hey, Jeff.
Hey,
that's
Riddle,
my-
there's a link's pinned at the top. Come up here and speculate on the mysteries of the universe.
That's why I think it was. I just think it was. I don't know. I just think they knew about it.
Distraction.
Yeah, I just think they knew about it. I think it was something planned. And that's what I think.
Yep. And I think the part of Canada it was in, if it was in Canada, was not a populated area.
No.
Oh, it wasn't? Oh, okay.
Sort of some, like Kate said, it went over him, but. But if you could follow Montana from Alaska to Montana, you can kind of get the way the arc works.
And Montana is not very populated. There's a lot of wide open country there.
Yep, they could have popped it anywhere. They just didn't want a way to find nothing.
Yeah.
They let it do its thing and got rid of it.
You mean you're working hard at looking like you're working hard?
Operation Yucca.
We probably see another one in probably another couple of months.
Well, and that's when the people are gonna, most veterans that I've heard are really ticked off that it was even allowed to come into our airspace.
That's what I was going to say 20 minutes ago. Has anybody considered that that balloon might have been a insight into how inept
Yeah, that's
we
what it
might
was.
be.
See what they can get away with partially, and I bet it had some purpose too. So it was 11 miles up, so that your random redneck couldn't have popped it.
I know here where I live in the city, they had passed a resolution on the city board that it was a plane. Matter of fact, it was a foundation in Texas that leased it to the city to fly over the city and take pictures and film so they can reduce the crime. So if something went on, they was able to film it or take pictures of it. And they passed like a couple of legislations to have it fly over the city.
Yeah, Jeff, it might have been a Valentine's present for somebody, and it got away. Yeah, T-Tac, you were talking about that earlier, and I'm thinking that's Harp and CERN and all the little weather.
TT1, there was one a day ago, too, in Constantinople. There was a earthquake, two earthquakes, major ones, within a less than a 48-hour period.
Governor of North Carolina actually told people to try not to shoot it down. Try not to.
On purpose.
Don't slip.
Well, you know, people were mentioning just how high altitude it was, Bonnie, which is out of range, but
yes,
that's a challenge to a lot of people. I could see people sending up homemade rockets or something to try to get to it.
Yeah.
I can see a lot of them too. Where's that $10,000 scope you got? Let's see what the drop is for 11 miles up.
Well, the whole thing is they could have plucked it down and examined it.
Oh, they are going to examine it. Just because they shot it down in the ocean, don't think they don't have Navy recovery teams that are trained to do just that. That's why they shot it down where they did, so they could recover it.
Or never be found.
No, it'd be found. In fact, if they didn't go get it, somebody else will. I even saw a story on Gateway Pundit today where it said how inept they were, that they were worried about China recovering it before they could get to it because it was going to take them over a week to get to it. Bullshit. I don't buy that story at all. In fact, if it's on the news, I don't even believe it. That's why when this balloon thing happened, I was like, I don't even care. This is not a threat. I don't see machine gun turrets. I don't see nothing. You know, this has got to be a ploy of some type.
Hey, George.
Hi, George. Very true, rescue. What goes
Plus,
up, come down.
You know, there's something else I noticed that you'd had to have watched it in real time happen. When it was first reported and first spotted, it was over Montana, okay? So then it works its way across the United States, and there's full coverage on this thing the whole way. How come I didn't see any footage or anybody reporting that it was seen before it was spotted in Montana, if it came from the coast or if it came from Canada or if it came from China? How come there wasn't anybody noticing it beforehand? So it makes me suspicious of where it really originated from.
Here you go. Here's a video. Watch.
Could this be it there, Camel?
I bet George is fixing to show you.
I couldn't hear you. You're bugging out.
Look at the video.
That's them launching one in China just the days before?
That's them launching in Area 51 4 days ago.
Yep.
Well, imagine that.
There it is. The solar panels are still up, though. They come down once it gets up. But there it is.
Wow.
Y'all can call it Chinese bullshit.
Okay.
I don't even really about.
So then it raises.
I just got to say this, guys. I'm really into military vehicles and stuff, and I've never seen that one.
But this raises the question, why is everything being blamed on China then?
That's what I'm saying. If it's on the news, it's probably fake.
Yeah, that's true.
Because we have biolabs here, but it was China that released the pandemic. Now this, and they kept saying China. And why did China claim it?
Oh, they said China claimed it too?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
China.
Who said China claimed it?
The speaker, the one that comes out and does the press release,
Oh,
like here.
You talk about the Secretary of Communication? Oh. The Communication Secretary, or whatever they call him. Oh,
Yeah.
spokesman? The spokesman? Oh, okay.
McCarthy?
No, she's talking about the one from China.
Oh, well, I just think that, you know how we all of a sudden have to blame a country for all our problems? Well, now we're just starting to blame them. But they own us. That's the difference.
Oh yeah, if you remember, Biden got $1 billion from them.
Yeah, that's true. Sure did.
Hunter Biden did a deal with China that got him $1 billion.
Yeah, that's true.
Tennessee Tactical's asking if you can drop that link.
Yours.
Yeah, what's that? What was that, Bonnie? You need it?
Tennessee Tactical wanted to know if you had a link for that video.
That video is downloaded. I don't have no links to anything. I download and keep everything. You have to be on my special secure list for me to send it to you.
There you go.
I'm sure that it's not all fake. You know, when the Mockingbird media grabs onto something and they're all playing it, where you can scroll through the channels and you see the same thing on every channel, I'm sure some of those reports are real, but I've seen so many things that are fake now that it calls into question everything.
Yeah, go ahead, Brenda.
Here's the question. You know, they got caught doing something. They had to wait. They had to shoot it down and then say that China did it, and then they had to recover it. They got caught. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
And we got a reason. We got a reason to get into a war. I mean, you know, if you don't have any money, that's the best thing to do. Start a war.
And the research center that does that for NASA is out of it's called Glenn Research Center, just outside of Cleveland. But all their balloons they launch out of Area 51.
Okay, somebody spotted something. Reed Rescues. He says that footage has a date of it 9 years ago. But, you know, I'm sure that we have balloons like that too. All my point was it didn't get brought up till it was in Montana. Seems like somebody would have seen it traveling across Canada or from the West Coast.
Yeah, well, why, like, people, isn't that the reason? Is because people like us were seeing it and taking pictures? Isn't that why the whole thing started?
That's the story they gave, that because citizens were starting to see it and say something is why they brought it out nationally, that they were trying to keep it secret
You can't
until...
see it with the naked eye either, so.
Yeah, it was 60,000 feet above. 60,000 feet up is what I heard.
Yeah, that's 11 miles, 11 point stuff.
Again, I saw the reports it was in Montana before it moved across the United States. But it wasn't until, you know, almost a day into this that they started showing maps that it had originated from beyond Montana.
And then they said Latin America. They said there was a second one in Latin America. That was going around.
I heard a lot of other ones going around. I heard 2 over Hawaii, 1 in Canada, 2 over Central America. I've heard all kinds of that since. But
probably the damn Google balloons or some Google thing or something that we did here that they never even told us about.
I'm telling you right now, I could just 15 years ago, I could buy large weather balloons, government issued weather balloons that were surplus through the system. I think they were $500 a piece, and they were every bit as big as that one we just saw.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, what do they need? Balloons are older technology. That's for a reason. All that technology is on weather and all that. That's on satellite. They don't need that balloons for that anymore.
I know they got
If
satellites.
it would have
What do you
been from
need the
China,
balloon?
it would have been at a higher altitude by the time it came over the United States.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been at that low of an altitude. There's something messed up on that. I don't know what it was for. Was it for us? Was it for Europe? Was it for Russia? I couldn't tell you, but something special.
Yeah.
That nobody would have probably been able to track.
It's
Yeah,
definitely.
George, what you sent me, we were talking about earlier there. That's why they're hitting the chicken so hard, huh?
Yeah, if you read that right there, that's a research. That it gives you an explanation of why they might be attacking chickens.
Yes.
Yeah, I knew something to do with the yolks with fights the pokey, but that explains the other two.
Well, you got to remember, when a bird is being formed inside of an egg, that yolk is what gives it all its nutrients and food. Why it's forming. That's its feed sack.
Yep. And it's
That's
umbilical cord, and it's all of it's like spark of life and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, if you remember, they used to say yolks were bad for you, and then they come out, oh, they're the best thing for you. They are. Yolks have always been the best thing for you. The whites are the bad part of it, of an egg.
Yeah, explain to me why whites are bad. Because they got fat in them?
Well, there's no protein or nothing in them. The white part of it don't have protein.
They're the undecided what they are yet. They ain't grew in
Yeah,
any.
that's the bird part. The white part is what turns into the bird.
Well, they taste good to me. I've always liked the white part of the egg. You know, my dad used to like dip his toast in the soft part of the yolk, but I've always liked the white part the best.
The white has biotin. The biotin counteracts the cholesterol in the yolk. So to eat the whole egg is better for you than to eat one part or the other.
Oh yeah, I know eggs are good for you, but I'm about to start eating my dehydrated eggs before I'm gonna be busting in my prep soon. I just know it.
I like my unborn poultry embryos runny too, and see that's the best way. You dip a sausage and your toast in it.
Oh, I can't do it, man. I have to put ketchup on eggs usually to eat them.
But that research is in private. If you want to share it in the chat, you can. Pretty interesting. For anybody that can read, I suggest read things like that. No, I mean, it's just like Chuck, we've been through this before. I've showed the weather cams and all that, the satellites that are up there. I mean, none of this is adding up.
Yep.
And what was on that balloon that said it was Chinese? Was there markings? Was there a big, emblem on it?
I couldn't see anything. I could not see any identifying marks on it in the pictures I saw.
Just like that one I just showed you, right? No identification.
Well, what I saw, the boom looked like it's about 12 feet boom, 6 foot of antenna and solar array on each side, and it had a rail with multiple sensor or camera units, like maybe 20 of them on one rail, all identical units, but set together on one rail, like they could be set in different directions. So it was a weird rig.
Oh, what? Tom said no part of the egg turns into a bird. Cells grow and multiply and feed off the egg. I see. You know, I'm lost when it comes to that because I don't mess around with animals.
And it's kind of like the ectoplasm that creates it. It's part of the creation.
Just don't talk about bugs because we won't see Vaughn for about 6 months.
Yeah, I don't get into it.
I'm holding to I'm trying not to weird him out again.
Yeah, and when it gets to when y'all going into a territory, I don't I don't get it.
We're not going in there.
And did you know what hair color's made out of? Just kidding. It's either hair color or it's either hair color or permanent solution. One of them has the woman's stuff.
What? Oh my god.
Like estrogen.
Placenta.
Oh.
A bunch of makeups. There's a whole bunch of stuff with that in it.
Yeah, I don't wear makeup, so. Ugh.
NC, I assisted in a birth. You know, I cut the cord. I pulled that kid out. That was actually the first thing I ever saw. But that placenta was the weirdest substance. I mean, that was stranger than a jellyfish on a beach. It was some weird looking stuff.
Wow.
So you seen that? You seen that live? Actually, he was there. Or
He delivered a baby, Vaughn.
Oh,
yeah, I had to pull that placenta away from the kid and stuff. It's weird.
Yeah, I see that. I see that on TV and got nauseous. So it's the whole thing. I can see that in actual life.
I saw it in 7th grade. I think it was 7th grade health class when they showed us a woman having a baby, and we were all freaking horrified.
Yeah, I would have been. I'd have been on the ground. I'd have been fainted. I know I'd have fainted. So I can't. Nope.
I remember when we had to take apart a frog, and one of the kids ate something out of it and got sick.
What?
Oh my god!
Formaldehyde isn't consumption.
No.
What's up, Eddie? Jack? That's funny. Oh, that's funny.
No, I'm gonna throw up.
That had to be some rubbery frog legs, Chuck.
No audio, George. Yeah, Tom, it's kind of like if everybody knew the exact time and day they were going to die, that'd be really screwed up.
It plays at this time.
Might have my ducks in order. If I knew when it was happening, I'd have it all organized and ready to go.
That's true. That's true. That's true, Tom. Yeah, something. Yeah, that's something. You're right about that, true for Tom.
Yep.
Still no audio, bud.
That's why you treat each day like it's your last.
Yeah.
What's that country song? Live every day like you're dying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Live like you were dying.
Yeah, live like you're dying.
That was, I don't know what's wrong with why it won't play the sound. I mean, it's playing it on my end, but yeah, that's him singing Hunter Smoke track, and I don't care. I don't know why.
Democrat corn, I don't care. That's a bad song, isn't it?
It won't. I don't know why it won't let me play it. I just can't understand it. Huh.
Some of the stuff does that I don't understand. Like it gets lost in translation or something. Like it was just they do something where they won't let people share play it.
I've had lives come on where there was no sound. I had to leave YouTube, come back on YouTube, and then there was sound. I'm like, you think you're gonna stop me that easy?
That one's been happening for well over a year. There's other things that have been happening a lot, especially to people in Michigan. You know, a lot of people here are complaining that their devices are all screwing up when they try to do something on the internet.
Let me go use a different browser.
All right.
I'll be back.
I've got 2 sources of internet, and they both go out for a day at a time sometimes.
I have a landline that'll go out when my cell phone, but then again, Verizon bought Frontier. I didn't know if y'all knew that. Frontier Communications is what we have, and Verizon bought them. So it's just getting to be. Remember when nobody could have a monopoly? What the heck happened to that?
Yeah.
Well, I was told also though that. Sorry, we're getting a lot of solar flares too, though, MC. It could be solar flares causing some of it.
Oh yeah, it could be the magnetic field. It could be the solar flares. It could be so many things.
I think the balloon created problems.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the sky's falling!
Yeah, no, let's run for your life.
100
Chuck, I wanted
There it
zombies, not boring balloons.
smoke crack cocaine. He'd puff on the pipe oh so hard and run around like a big retard. Hunter smoked crack and he don't care. Hunter smokes crack and he don't care. Crack and he don't care as that he's paying his bill.
Wow.
Hunter was young and had no brains. He used to play with choo-choo tree. He'd rev the engines up real fast and drive it up my goddamn ass. He don't care. Hunter smokes crack and he don't care. Hunter smokes crack and he don't care. His daddy's paying his bill.
Wow.
Hunter smoke crack and I don't care.
I wonder if they're going to, is that if that case is ever going to go to court or any type of, or they're just going to sweep it under the rug.
Yeah, he'll end up getting grounded for like the weekend or something.
Okay, what's Guard's been? Anybody got a clue?
Tell him to come up and explain it to you.
Because somebody else had said something about that being a
Like a sign.
yeah.
Well, I hope it reveals itself clearly. You can understand. Shoot. But there's a lot of corporations that's forming a monopoly, man. You got the cable company, the phone companies, cell phone companies.
Hey.
You got banks, yeah. So
There he is.
So you asked what I meant by saying, holy shit, the balloon went up. I
Yes.
just got the reference. I saw somebody who had put up like a community post probably about like an hour ago or two, something like that. And it was literally, I think it was Kelly Ray who did this. It had a picture of a balloon in World War II. I mean, a balloon in World War One, a balloon in World War II. And then it had a picture of the Chinese balloon.
Talking about the Fugo balloon?
No, I'm talking about the observation balloon in World War One. That was one of those high-rise hydrogen balloons that they would use, and then have somebody strung underneath it to like a long line that went to the ground, so that they
I
could
remember
do
those.
artillery
I know what
observation.
you're talking about. Yeah.
And then the second picture was one of the hydrogen balloons that Japan shot over here. You know, the not the Fugu balloon, not the one that had all the disease shit on it, but the one that was specifically the incendiary device balloon.
Right.
And then it had and underneath each one of these, it had the caption World War One, World War II, and World War III.
I think we're missing one. I think they literally used those for artillery observation in the Civil War too.
Yes, they did.
Oh wow.
There were more hot air balloons for that though.
We spotted another balloon. It's fake,
Oh, boy.
guys. Don't think it's real.
Mm.
It's fake. I don't want no one
Yeah,
getting no ideas.
But you see what I'm saying here. It's like my brain just hit this kind of a parallel, and
Are you
Kelly
saying the
put it
buzz
out
just
there
kicked
really
in?
well. Huh?
Are you saying the buzz just kicked in?
Well, there's that too, but no. What I was really pointing out was that, folks, I think that Kelly's got something there. I think she's right about something that we're not all paying attention to because we're too busy with, staying happy and, just discussing stuff on, and not really thinking about the implications.
Yeah, I can understand. I can see that.
So what can we do?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, to quote a former British SAS operative, I would say, be ready.
Yeah.
Don't just act ready. Be ready.
How many people here you think know what the SAS stands for? It's a Special Air Service. Got to tell them Special Air Service because they ain't gonna know SAS.
Yeah, British SAS, the Special Air Service, what do they call it? The Royal Paratrooper Regiment.
Well, they got the Royal Marines.
No, they got the Royal Marines too, but the British SAS is the Air Service. They are the Paratrooper Regiment.
Yep. There's a kick-ass, 20-year-old documentary on SAS training for survival, and they take I think 4 guys out to an island in the British Isles, and they drop them off on the island, and they tell them, there's food here and there's food there, and you can build a shelter, and we'll come back and check on you in 2 weeks. And they drop the guys off. They're not allowed to talk to each other. They all got their own little part of the island. And they're out there digging their little holes and building their little lean-tos. And 8 out of 10 guys will live off the rabbit on that island. They're everywhere. And the other 2 of 10 guys in the program will fish some and get, because there's a lot of food in the ocean. And then, the CO comes back and he visits these guys. And the guys that were living off the rabbit have lost 20 pounds each. They're looking pretty haggard, and the guy sits down. He says, "You're failing the class. You did not listen to your teachers. You're sitting here living off the easy way, living off the rabbit, and you're starving to death." And the other guys down by the beach are living it up, looking buff and But this guy, these guys that were starving, their CO gives them a little hard piece of candy, and you can see the minute it hits their mouth, man, their face just lights up. First thing they've tasted in 2 weeks, and it's just you got to see the documentary. I'm gonna have to look that up, Blaine. It's well worth watching.
So, on that particular same note, I was doing some observation of different. I call it observation. It's more research about different high altitude balloon things and whatnot, and I stumbled across some pretty interesting stuff from first back in the I think it was the 60s, maybe the 50s, and then again in the early 2000s, people were riding these balloons to near the edge of space and jumping out of them.
Yeah, who was that guy that got the high altitude jump record by jumping off of a balloon?
I believe his name was Baumgartner.
Something like that. I just can't remember. It's been too long. It's been a while. That
But
was
hey,
a lot of years.
the United States Army Air Force colonel who did the first jump, high altitude jump, so that they could be able to be able to survive high altitude ejections and falls from space, like say re-entry into the atmosphere goes wrong for that first point in time where the shuttle's not moving so fast you could bail out. That's all of that research actually comes from Colonel Joe Kittinger's contributions, and those contributions were made from a high altitude hydrogen balloon.
And I thought jumping out of
That's
an
why-
airplane. Jesus Christ, never mind.
No, I'm sorry. It's a lag.
I know. So that brings it a whole new level of jumping out of a perfectly good airplane.
There was
Well,
lots of
that's-
talk that Baumgartner thing was all a hoax too. Because think about this: is that balloon still up there? Where'd it go down? You never heard about that.
What
Hey,
one?
we
The
got
one that
lots
just
of
went
stuff.
over?
Well, that
The
damn
spy
that was
balloon
almost the size of a spaceship. It ain't gonna stay up there forever. Where does it at? Where'd it come down?
No,
Well-
which one you talking about? You're talking about the balloon that just
Baumgartner. They're saying Baumgartner. That was all a hoax to people too. That was
Oh,
all
well,
just a show.
they don't know that some of those types of balloons are actually made to, once they get to a certain height, explode.
Well, but the platform he was standing on is metal.
Right.
Well, where'd the metal go?
Back to Earth.
Where'd it fall? They never claimed it came to anybody's house. This is what I'm saying. There's no clue that it was ever up there.
Well, if something falls in the middle of the ocean, are you going to find
Does
it?
everything fall in the ocean?
No, not everything
Right,
does,
so
but
I'm
there's a
just saying.
possibility that,
Well,
they
there's
planned it out
there's a
because these guys were
possibility.
both, working with America, and America's been doing this for a while. I mean, I already talked about Joe Kittinger.
I found a weather balloon once. I told the story already. I don't know if anybody else heard it, but I once found a deteriorating 20-year-old weather balloon in the woods.
Yep.
Just makes you wonder. I mean, how does everything always fall in the ocean, right?
Well, like I said, most of it's planning, but not everything goes according to plan all the time.
Would it be better to drop a bioweapon in the water than it would be on land?
No.
Depends on what your target is.
You got a bioweapon been flushing into the ocean since 2011. It was called Fukushima. It's still pumping radioactive material into the ocean.
Well, I was just wondering if there was something, like an aerosol or something that could have been in it, and I just wondered if it would be technically safer to dump it in the drink than to let it dissipate in the air.
Well, most water evaporates and goes to the air and it comes back down sooner or later someplace. I mean, I don't think there's any safe place for any of this crap that they're using that doesn't benefit us at all.
Some toxins, some toxins are actually neutralized by salt water, and that includes certain biological toxins as well.
So you're saying flushing Fukushima into the ocean is good?
No, I'm not saying
Well, I mean,
that.
I would-
You're taking my words out of context. I'm
Well,
saying that there are
I'm-
some things, like for instance, botulinum toxin, which is the most toxic thing on the planet. At the same time, it can be neutralized by putting it into a high concentration saline
And you
water.
can drink that water?
Once it's dissipated enough, yes. You got to remember, LD50 means that at a particular concentration, the lowest dose known at that particular concentration will kill 50 people out of 100. Okay?
I still wouldn't drink the water.
Well, I wouldn't drink seawater either.
No, but I mean, I wouldn't drink the that you're putting that crap in and say it's no good after it's in water. I still wouldn't drink the water. I mean, it's just common sense. I don't care what you do. It's got to change the chemical makeup of the water. I don't care what you put in it. I mean,
Have you eaten Have you ever eaten
It doesn't
cheddar cheese
dissipate.
before?
Huh?
Have you ever eaten cheddar cheese before?
Cheddar cheese?
Yes.
I don't eat cheese unless it's homemade.
Okay, well then in that case more
I
so
eat
than
most
the
goat
cheddar, but
cheese.
I'm putting cheddar out there because that's something that normally everybody's had.
Oh,
I
goat cheese.
I'm saying that pretty much any cheese, and especially and including homegrown cheese, all cheeses have a certain amount of botulinum in them. You've already ingested it without even knowing. It's just that it was at such a low concentration that it could do no harm to you. Your body got rid of it before it ever absorbed it.
Right. I understand that part of it, what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that when someone's saying, where do you get rid of something like that? I mean, he's not talking a small quantity. He's not talking a tablespoon.
Right, but
I don't think anybody is going to be drinking a lot of water, and I think we're all being careful. Put it that way.
Right. I mean,
Actually, I think none of you, all of you misread what I was saying. Why would they let that balloon go all the way across the United States? Maybe there was something biological on it, and that's why they dropped it in the drink instead of letting it hit land. That was just a thought. I don't know shit. I'm just guessing.
If it was doing anything, I think it did it on its way across myself. But
I don't think it was biological myself.
We were talking remember, we were talking about how they found how that leaking liner in the old water treatment plant in Florida, how they just the liner was leaking. They took all the water out. It had, I guess, gypsum or something in there that was bad. Obviously, it had poop in it at one point. It was bad. But anyway, so they just dumped it in Tampa Bay and dumped the rest in the ocean. They just don't care. And I remember there was a president recently that was starting to clean the ocean, and it was the coolest thing I ever saw.
You mean those things out there collecting the plastic, microplastics?
Yeah, that was wild. That thing had to be how many miles long? That was wild.
They've been polluting the ocean forever. But remember, look at the people that are doing it, the ones that make all the money, the cruise ships, the ships that are hauling all the goods. I mean, they're the ones that are polluting it.
Well, the Niagara River up there in New York, that was a nuclear wasteland there, and it's still fenced off to this day. It's been that way since the 70s. So, yeah, it's been toxic for a long time. We are cockroaches.
What's that river called again? I never heard it. What's it called again?
Niagara, like Niagara Falls.
Oh, okay.
It's the Niagara River. There was a big spill or because there's nuclear power plants and stuff. Like there was one about an hour away from me. But anyway, yeah, it was very toxic.
Well, if you ever go by one in the lake, like I've been by the one outside of Green Bay, Wisconsin, the water's so warm. There's no fish, no nothing in that within miles of that nuclear.
What?
Well, what they were doing up in New York when I left is they were putting, I think they stocked the lake with something like 1 million, over the course of a couple of years, like 1 million fish or whatever. And I remember walking out. This was right before I left because I felt like it was the apocalypse and there was algae and like they closed everything down. You couldn't swim for 2 years. Every fish was belly up. I've never seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fish just dead in the lake. And everybody is acting like, something must have been wrong with the fish.
Yeah, and just like when the birds were dropping out of the sky, right? When they were first testing 5G.
Well, they were even dropping these eels in the Rochester water supply. Like they found these eels that were like I guess the Indians used them like at restaurants, and they were saying like the Indians had dumped them there from the restaurant and all this other stuff. But these were disgusting, and it was so bad in that water that they died. Okay, the disgusting eels died, and then I was just sitting there going, I would go down there and I would look at the water and I'd say, that is going to the whole city of Rochester, and they don't even know what is going on.
That shit happens all over too, and it happens so often, in the past. And if you were like to map it out to every time something like that happened, Michigan's full of those kinds of disasters where things have
Yeah,
happened.
Michigan had the most. When I did the research and started the advocacy group for stopping the cutting of the weeds in the lake and messing with the lake and, you know, fixing the plugged up parts, that was one of the places I got the most information from, that and Florida, because Florida had the algae, but then it had the red tides, and it had everybody having sinus and respiratory problems, well, upper and lower. And I was just going, you know, and people thought I was crazy up there. They really thought I was nuts. And I was like, okay, you know, then there was an E. coli outbreak in a town. You couldn't even get a Burger King drink. You couldn't get anything made out of the ice cubes because they found E. coli. And then after 2 days, they're like, oh, everything's okay now. And I'm like, what? I got E. coli from the faucet up there. Yeah, right from the tap. And when I used my 25-stage water filter, it came out hazy purple, the water in the glass jar that I put it in. It was
city water in Michigan. Don't drink Flint water. Hey, George, do you remember the PCB poisonings for the cows in the 70s? You remember that, George?
Yep, remember? Yeah, we were all eating it, right?
They had to bury tens of thousands of cows here in mid-Michigan near Midland.
What was that? You said what was in there? You said
the Dow chemical plant. The Dow chemical plant poisoned the watershed, and it poisoned tens of thousands of cows with a highly toxic chemical called PCB.
Oh, yeah, they did a movie about that, didn't they? Because it happened in over here I think in West Virginia. I think Tom might
all those cows are still buried up there in a big old mound.
Yeah, they did a movie. They did a movie about that. It was something they was using to make some type of pots or something like that. What's that? Steel pots or something? Some type of.
I gotta say something to Carl. Every time we have a subject, I don't know how you get it to end up, but it always ends up with animal blood, gore, and like, oh, are you like a big avid hunter? Do you like not mind, you know, blood and gore?
No, not at all. Just life is
you got
brutal.
stories. I mean, you've lived a life. You've seen shit that I've never seen. Probably all of it.
1983, I think it was 83. It could have been 84, but there's a place called Utica, Michigan here, and they had an incendiary plant that was to burn chemicals off, extra chemicals from the factories all around Detroit and stuff. And I was at work when it happened. The chemical incendiary plant blew up, and it was right near the Cluton River, which is a watershed, a big river that goes right out into the Detroit River and into all the lakes. And when this thing blew up, it made big news. I had to go by it after work, and it was, covered with fire departments that couldn't get close to it. They had to stay back.
Where'd you live?
I was living, I think, in Oxford, but I was working in Utica at the time. But the thing is after it happened, this is like maybe a month or so after that explosion happened, me and a few of my buddies went out there and we were checking it out, and there was hundreds of acres that was just dead. I mean, no insects, no marine life, no amphibians, no birds, nothing, no plant tree, nothing living. All right, everything that was near that whole watershed was poisoned from that. And
was it like an hour away or 30 minutes away or 15 minutes away? Well, how far are we talking here? Because that's an explosion that could cover, with the wind, could cover 100 miles.
It poisoned square miles of what I'm saying is a swamp watershed. It was not just the main river that goes through. There's swamp on both sides of the river. There's, a park on part of it and stuff. All of it was dead. And
they did a movie. That happened all over not just there, but it happened in other places, like in West Virginia, because they did a movie about it. There was
like slicks, Vaughn. There was like little oil slicks on all the water in the swamp, like purple and blue. Yeah. It was. But let me get to the end. I just want so close. But the thing is now there's tons of kayak companies and stuff. People swim down through there. I won't get near that river. but people do it on a regular basis.
Yeah, they did a. I forgot the movie. I watched it like it might have been a year ago, but yeah, it was they like what you described. These cows was dying and it was crazy. The insides, it was like something eating their bodies up. And it was a guy that kept going and kept complaining, and then his lawyer just he had took the case. But it was Dow Company.
Yeah,
And
they
I
have
think some people
history.
I think some people had got cancer, was getting sick, and it was kids coming deformed. Yeah, it was huge back in like with that time that you're speaking of.
Yeah, it was like 75 or something when it happened, maybe 76. I can't remember exactly when. I'm going to have to look that movie up, Vaughn, because I didn't know there was a movie about it.
Yeah, it was a movie about it. True story. Yeah.
I always thought it was strange because even people around Michigan, it makes me feel old. Nobody that I know really remembers that. I've mentioned it to people who live here, and they're like, "What?"
It was something that when they was making those. It was something they was making, some type of pots or pans that they was making.
Dow Chemical. Oh, well, if you go down that rabbit hole, you'll find out that they're the ones who made Agent Orange.
Yeah,
they made DDT. They made DEET. They came out with all the good poisonous toxic chemicals.
Them and Bear.
Yep.
There's another one.
Yep. Yeah.
Bear was the one that invented heroin.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah, I read about that too.
Well,
Yeah.
if you remember it, you could buy it over the counter in the early 1900s.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that too.
Which one of the cereal companies had a shady past? Was it Kellogg's or was it General Mills?
Kellogg's.
Yeah.
Kellogg's.
Yeah.
George, you know about all this stuff.
If you look, them families are all interrelated somehow.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Teflon. That was Teflon pot. Yeah, that was it.
Well, just so you know, Vaughn, they did a study and they proved that Teflon pans can shrink a man's penis.
Well, I'm glad I don't have Teflon. Golly. Man. What did it do to women though? That's just
make them grow one.
Wow.
That's where you need purple M&Ms.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that too. Bear, yeah, they sponsored the Nazis. Yeah, I heard that. Don't they own Monsanto's? Bear?
Yeah, Bear makes poisons. I buy some of that stuff that's supposedly okay to use, but it'll kill anything.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be okay around pets and people, and
Who
pretty
was
sad.
it?
A medicine company makes stuff to kill shit.
Yeah,
Raytheon. Have you ever looked into the history of the company called Raytheon?
Oh yeah, yeah. Aren't they a military company too? Don't they?
They've been very heavily involved in military contracts.
Didn't they have Raytheon batteries, Camo? Raytheon batteries?
Those you're thinking about Ray, or it was a different. I know what one you're talking about though. Rayovac. Rayovac. Yeah.
I thought there was another one that was like in the early, like 60s or 70s. But it's a company. Maybe I'm getting the two mixed or put together, but I recognize the name that you said.
Hey,
Well, the only reason why they get away with all this stuff, just like selling back, where you might not have ever heard of, which is biosludge. That's that bag dirt that you buy in the stores, bring home and grow your plants in. That is known as biosludge. That has every chemical that someone puts in their body. Prozac, Xanax, anything. Any drug, whatever people put in their body, that's what you're growing in your soil.
Yeah, that's what I haven't been able to grow for 3 years being here, and I gave
But
up.
here's the thing that I'm going to say. We want it. We don't fight it. It's because people don't care what they're doing to us. That's why they're laughing all the way to the bank. Just like
Yeah.
this. I hear people, I mean, these people are out there preaching the Constitution. Constitution's fine. Some of these guys can read it to you frontwards and backwards. Here's the one fucking thing they don't tell you. It's no fucking good, because guess what it is? It's what is known as a social contract. And guess what? When it's a contract, that means there's two entities. In this case, it's the government and the people. One side ain't fulfilling that fucking side of the contract. That makes it null and void. People better wake the fuck up and understand. You don't steal elections. You steal a country.
Hey, Dee, Lisa, and everybody I never
No,
said hi to.
people better understand you don't have a country.
We get it. We get it. We're losing our ass. We get it. We do. We all do.
So if
but
you,
we,
if you
we
think
divert.
the Constitution's going to save your ass, you show them, just write, you can't come to this house, and just put the sign outdoors and see how good them words work.
Well, like
I'm telling you, it don't work.
conservative patriot said that the bottom line is it's time to stand up
It's
in
past
many
the
ways.
time.
Because, well, yeah, it is, but we got to do something. There's more of us than them.
We need the Constitution back if we can get a government to fulfill it. Plus, we need to add a lot more things and take away a lot more things.
I
We
think
got
we
to
need
start from scratch.
take
But
away
here's the
government.
one thing they don't teach you: the true philosophers. It wasn't our founding fathers were the true philosophers of our Constitution. It was John Locke, Rousseau, Montesquieu. They don't ever talk about them guys. Them are the real people you need to read their books. Our whole system is screwed up. Our whole way of life, my whole life's a lie. Let's start off. I was there. I went through the JFK assassination. Total lie. Vietnam War. Total lie. Gulf of Tonkin. You can look it up yourself. But let's even look at more recent things. Ruby Ridge shot a 12-year-old kid in the back, shot his mother that was standing in the doorway, pregnant, holding a baby in the head. Do people stand up to that? Hell no. They know they can get away with murder to the American people. The American people won't pull together and fight it.
We're all in
Most of the
shock.
American people are hooked to the system.
I
And
thought
unless you
also.
start getting unhooked from the system, you can never fight it.
Well, I'm in it on disability. There ain't no way
But
I'm
still, you can do
depatriotising.
things.
Yes,
You can
I
do
do.
things
I
and
do.
not feed the system.
I do. I do. I've been doing things like that a
What
long
we're begging
time.
people to do is quit feeding the fucking system that you're trying to fight. Find ways to not feed it.
Vote with your dollar is one. Vote with your dollar.
You hear
And
of a
that
bad
means
place that is doing wrong to people, you don't support them, you don't buy there.
Yep.
It's simple.
Fact is we've seen 2 selections stolen. We've seen a false narrative on a pandemic. We've seen deadly experimental things happening, and nothing's being done about it. Nothing. There's no justice here.
So it's been like that for 75 plus years.
we got another 3 to 5, probably 3 years to go through this. We aren't even done yet, Camo. We're only at the very
What I'm trying to
beginning
tell
of
you
the
is what George
experiment.
is saying ain't wrong. That's all
No, I
I'm
know.
saying.
Yeah,
Is,
but we're all in shock.
This is
We all
much
know
more
what he's saying.
serious than people seem to be taking it for. I just can't believe how numb the populace is.
If we were
Me and Carl,
together,
me and
if we
Carl,
were-
I guarantee he's been in a long fucking time fighting the system. Carl, I know has, and he knows I have. We've been in
Yeah.
this 30 years.
I'm not
Yeah,
been awake
but
that
it's a-
long. I'm sorry, but I was not awake that long.
But you're
That's what we're
right.
saying.
That's the thing. A lot of people wasn't awake, and Carl and George, y'all are the minority. Y'all was the minority. So most of the people, like like Deb said, they wasn't into it.
All right,
And
but
people
here's the
got-
thing about it. Now that you know, isn't it time to start putting it into overdrive and start doing things? Because you do know now.
Yeah,
Well, personally, I
some
have
people
been.
do know.
In '93, I was 28 years old, and I heard George W. Bush Sr., fucking Pappy Bush, say that shit about the New World Order. Then that's when my eyes opened and started digging, and it was like I couldn't believe the shit. It was like, It's
I,
like
I would say, oh, well, I'm sorry.
everything was fake from then forward. TV shows, movies.
I mean, all of us are fighting the system from the inside because there's really no outside system. But the system that's coming, it's not going to be an easy way to fight unless you learn to fight it, how to fight it right now. You're going to have to go to this new system. Most people, but that doesn't mean you can't fight it from the inside. It's going to be brought on you. I'm telling you exactly what's going to happen to you.
Oh yeah, it's going to hit, and it's going to hit hard.
Once they bring the digital currency, if you're on disability, you have no choice.
Yeah.
You're going to be in it.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Once they switch over to like that,
I'm hoping all my ducks are in a row. That I'm not, but like I said, I've had a long time to get at this. But I'm might have to use it too from the inside on certain things. But it ain't going to be very many things. Guarantee you, I don't belong to this system now very much. So,
George, the way I see it is since that in '63, to me it looks like now what I've learned since, it looks like the agencies have been pulling strings all along, and have become so powerful that,
they've been stealing elections.
Just like Chuck Schumer said, the intelligence agencies have 6 ways to Sunday to get back at you. Look how many things we've seen the agencies involved in that we know, like the Whitmer kidnapping and J6 and all these things that have been happening. We see their involvement. You're up against a pretty powerful organization.
But they're not that big. We're more. There's many. God told me we can move mountains if we pull together. And I believe that.
That's true. But the thing is, if we pull together, because let's be clear, Ron Paul been saying this since the 1980s. And when he ran for president, people was laughing at him. The stuff that he was saying, people was just laughing. They just ignored him. They wouldn't even let him come up on the ballots. And when people let that go like that and let him just get kicked off and not let him speak, because a lot of things he's been saying since the 80s are taking place now. And people just ignored it.
Well, if you remember, he was part of the thing that got the JFK. They've been either stealing elections, especially the states, for a long time. But even if a good one got in there, guarantee you they twisted arms. He either did what they said, or him and his family be JFK, schooled too.
Yeah.
I mean, did George Orwell nail it or what?
He's been getting shit on ever since Taft, really, but it was before that. Even Lincoln knew what was going on, but
yeah, it's been going on a long, long time, but not like to where it was really in our face, and it has been for 60 years, but people won't face up to it.
Yep.
I didn't for the first 30 years of my life neither.
Well, because people was comfortable. They was making money. They was taking care of their family. That's
where they're at right now. Rather ignore it and enjoy the day.
Yeah.
What's to enjoy if you're just looking to exist?
Right.
And not looking to really, truly live.
my whole thing was before mine was over. We got laws, we got the Constitution. They can't do that. The cops are there for us. The government's our friend. We just got the wrong ones in office and all that. And that was nobody at 28 really, unless you're a badge wearing Republican kid from high school that went all the way through it, would see what's going on, but they'd be blind to it also. So,
what's the worst thing they could do to you?
Right.
I mean, truthfully, what's the worst thing these people could do to you?
Kill you earlier than you're supposed to be, really. But
no, it wouldn't be earlier. It'd be your time to go.
Yep.
But guess what? It's your last step to even go to heaven that you have to take anyways. Wouldn't you rather go fighting for something that's right or good?
Worst part of it is not sticking up for your kids and going out that way.
Well, you know, look at what they're doing to their kids anyway.
Yep.
I mean, all this shit that we're going through is being normalized. That's why they call it the new normal.
George,
kids are growing up, they're not seeing people out in the streets fighting, saying this is wrong. They're growing up thinking this shit's normal.
That's such an oxymoron. New normal. It's like new how it is. there ain't no such thing as a new normal, because a normal is the way it has been or something too. There ain't nothing new about it. So
Right. No, this shit's been going on forever with that's what Hitler fought in Germany. That's why they were targeted. The German people were targeted in World War II, was because he broke the banking system. He broke the transgenderism. He broke all this crap.
he was trying to stop the shit. You remember the shit that they did to Poland, to all those politicians there that were on the side of the good people, that they ended up burying them in mass graves?
Patton was killed because he came out and said he fought the wrong people.
Yep.
Patton wanted to keep going. George, like saying I like is a righteous man always wins in the end.
That's right. You can't be afraid of death. I mean, what the hell? People die all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're afraid of death, then you're afraid to meet your maker.
Yeah.
Deb got kicked. She's saying thank you.
That's right. If you want to come back, his phone died. Yeah, it's like during World War II, like your video, 100 million people didn't die back then from a cold. 100 million people died back then from a cure.
And that's the same thing that happened in the 1720s, the 1820s. Every 100 years, this always seems to happen. But here's the weird thing about that. You know, everybody blames Fosse, but the real guy behind it was Gates.
Yep.
And who was behind it in the 1920s?
One of the
Frederick
Gates.
Yep, Frederick Gates.
You know, it still feels to me like Gates is still a puppet. Somebody's pulling his string too.
They're fucking cousin Rothschilds. Oh, sorry.
There's a story in your Bible of Jesus sitting on a mountain, and Lucifer came up to him and offered him all the kingdoms of the world if he'd worship him. And he said, no, I'm not from this world. That should tell you who runs this fucking world. Don't let these people of 300 years ago misread what that Bible's telling you. Read it and ask God for your answers yourself, and you can see through this bullshit.
Yeah, that's true. You can't see. You can't see. Yeah. Yeah.
I tell George, I always tell everybody to make sure you read it yourself and get the interpretation you get from it instead of what somebody else is telling you to believe.
I believe that's what hurt us a lot. I think a lot of people got away from the Bible and just started doing things on their own and not referencing what's in that Bible, so they were able to determine what was coming in the future.
All that you can read in that Bible is in your DNA.
Right.
You're made from the image of God.
Right.
It's in your DNA.
But did we know it's in our DNA? But we let things of the world distract us from our DNA and not listen to our DNA.
And everything we're putting in our bodies, it ain't no good for us, but it tastes good. Poison tastes good.
Right.
Created in the image of God, part of God, makes you sort of God, but as a part of it, you're supposed to do His work. But
right. Yeah. Amen. Yeah.
Yeah, Bonnie, the thing we was talking about earlier about me not the religion stuff, I'm very, very religious, but I don't like the way people get over it. They think they can hide behind it and all that stuff, and it's kind of a bittersweet thing. And I watch what I say because I get very passionate about it. You know how I get when my mouth should not run when I'm pissed off in front of a bunch of people that hold close to the Bible as they do.
Well, that's just a crutch for them. I mean, you can be a real man if a word hurts you, then there's something wrong with you.
I went through the Catholic system, and anybody that has when they were a kid understands.
Well, words have been changed. I used to ask my grandfather. My grandfather used to get up every morning, and he'd take one word out of the Bible, out of the dictionary, and he would study that one word and then try to use it all day long in a sentence. But he would just study that one word every day. Every day he would do this, a different word. And I asked him one day why he did that, and he told me, because man changes words. Now, we're talking a guy that was, 90 years old, and this was back in the 60s, before I even, even understood, but now it makes sense what he was saying to me because I see it now where they change words or meanings of words.
Meanings of words, yeah.
You mean like the word liberal? You know what a liberal
There you
used
go.
to be like?
I mean, they knew it back then. We've grown lax. Our parents grown lax. My parents grown lax. You know, they didn't keep an eye on the schools, you know, and then after the 60s, both parents had to work.
Right.
You know, there was, you know, and they expected, you know, the schools became like babysitters.
Right. Yeah.
And we've lost. I mean, that's where we started losing the family. And I'm the last one to ever preach to anybody. But I'll tell you certain verses in that Bible that make sense to me because God shows me what I need to know.
Right. Yeah. Amen. Yeah.
Well, like Chuck was saying, I say it a little differently. I'm not into religion. I'm spiritual because
there you go.
A lot of the organizations that I've seen on this earth, I mean, if you go back, man, it's all the way back to the 70s. I've heard about perverted, evil things with Catholic priests and stuff that have been going on for a long time. And it's not something I forget. So every time I see something where an evangelist is out there and scamming people and, you know, whatever the situation is, I don't trust organized religion.
I've seen the most judgmental people in church that swear that they're so close to God that they could do no wrong, but then turn around and watch them judge somebody. And then I've seen the most scary person that people will avoid riding on the back of a motorcycle would do anything for anybody.
Right. I've seen that. Yeah. And I think that's what hurt. I think that's hurt a lot of churches because they became so judgmental and they pushed a lot of people, good people, like you saying, Chuck, out of the church and made them don't even want to go to church or they don't like the church and they pushed them away.
You know, here's my message to everybody. And Von Erich, I didn't mean to, you know, interrupt, but I got to get going. As a country, we're pretty much shot. As a community, that's where you need to save your communities, everybody. Then we can pull back as a country after we get through whatever we're going to go through, because we're going to go through it. There's no doubt in my mind. There's nobody going to stop what's coming. It's been going on too long.
I've heard you make, George, ever was that you got to reach the younger minds. That was the best message that I've ever heard from you.
That's why I'm doing my videos on other social medias, because it is working. We are waking up, you know, the younger generation. We're going to keep it up. We ain't going to stop. Yeah. That's why, you know, YouTube doesn't really matter to me. I mean, they can, you know, they've taken 4 channels away from me already. They'll, you know, I got 2 more days on the last strike I got on. YouTube means nothing to me, but I'm hoping that there's still somebody out there I feel that I can save. At least not save, but open up his mind to start thinking for himself. That's what needs to happen. And I need people to get in their communities. As a country, we're gone. I'm telling you this. You better wake up and realize your country is fucking gone.
You know, it wasn't too many years ago, George, that I could have a conversation with somebody and say, yeah, you know, just out of the blue, we're slaves to the system, you know, and that would upset people. I remember when saying something like that was offensive to people who worked hard and, you know, they had things in life, but they were always living paycheck to paycheck, fighting to keep what they got, feeling like they're being kept down, you know, for no good reason. And it used to really piss people off when I bring that up. But nowadays, I'm seeing other people bringing that up to where it's like people are waking up to these things. Because, again, you know, I know you've been in this a long time, too. There was a time where if we were to speak up, we were ridiculed. We were put down, called crazy, you know. It's a lot different now. People are waking up. It's just, you know, I don't know how many.
You got to pull your communities together. That's, I mean, if we can, you know, save enough of this country to pull back something out of it, I'll be happy. Because I have grandchildren. That's why I'm in this fight. And I'm fighting it for my neighbors' grandchildren and children. But you know what? We have started here. We've been working on things here for a while, and it works out pretty good. You know, I don't buy no meat out of a store, and I got probably 1,800 pounds of meat in my freezers. There's
You're gonna
ways you
outlive
can
us
do it.
all, George.
Huh?
You're gonna outlive us all. You're like Ted Nugent, living off of all that good stuff.
Well, but it's not just me. It's you know, I produce some things other people produce, and we trade between each other and whatnot. I mean, it's a community thing. It's not just me, and anybody can do it anywhere. But you got to start, and that's the thing. If you sit there and say, "Well, I don't know where, I don't know how," it's because you're not looking.
It's the new pioneers. Basically, it's going to end up like.
It is. I mean.
But the country was founded. The country was founded, pretty much founded like that. What you're doing, George. That's how it was before it became to what it is today. People stuck together in the communities, worked with one another, trade, made sure the kids was okay, things like that. So
it's the same 8-ball. Put it this way: when this country was founded, it was only 3% of the people that wanted to go to war with Britain.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the war, it was only 12%. So that means 88% sat on the fence. I don't care if 88 sat on the fence this time. That 12% can be very powerful.
Right. Yeah. Right. But that's if we could get back that way. But I believe that we can, especially with a person like yourself, work with the community, unify, bring God back in, strengthen your faith in God, and to let Him guide you, and unify with your brothers and sisters, and we can overcome the struggle that the government and any system try to throw at us.
The system wants you to depend on them and not you depend on your neighbors.
George, even at 3%, that's 21 million people doing something.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
But you know, when you got 320 million not doing nothing, them odds ain't too good.
Yeah.
I'd rather see, 40 million, 50 million be closer to my, to make a good run at this. But, and I don't mean pick up arms or anything, but just say, no, we're not going to go for it. We're going to have our own system. We're smart enough to run our own system. We're doing it here. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so saying it that route, that's where I'm at over here. There's 1,200 people live where I live. That's saying 36 people do something while the rest don't.
Right.
There's been a war on that kind of thinking all along too, where they prevent you from talking about natural cures. You can't grow a garden in the city limits. You can't. There's been a movement against that type of living too. Pharmaceuticals can't make any money off you if you get cured off of a plant, so they suppress that. I've seen where they arrested a priest or a pastor for feeding the homeless in Florida.
Yeah, that was sad.
They keep, it's like right in their face too. If you were to come up with a free energy design or something, you're gonna get sued, or disappeared. It's like,
yeah, don't make a car that runs on water, right, Carl?
Exactly.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier about the egg yolks.
Right.
And it's
I guarantee
you brought up Randy Weaver. This guy just wanted to be left alone, man. He was a Green Beret. He served his country. And they murdered his family on his land over rumors. And,
right.
and nobody was held accountable for that shit.
Right. Nobody. Or you look at Waco. There's 18 kids, 12 of them underneath the age of 2.
Yeah.
They wanted that guy. They could have got him an hour earlier at Walmart because they were following him. No, they waited till he went back.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, even the Bundy standoff. There's been so many things these agencies have.
Bencham.
They don't even recognize we the people.
Yeah, that bullshit with the Bundys. They did that shit with the kids in the vehicle, and the kids were screaming for their lives.
Yeah.
alive that they were still shooting after they dropped him in behind the truck.
Pinch 'em.
Put all those things together, man. I need to list them all out on a piece of paper. And
Man, you'd have you need a notebook.
I got a notebook. I think I'm going to try that, George.
Start off
I
at
might be,
JFK.
I
and
might
work
be
your
getting
way.
a hold of you for your list. Let's do a list together, George.
George may have that too. George, you got that list of all the different operations that there was like a list of them that goes all the way back to like 1880.
I got all kinds of Operation Ivy, Operation Popeye, you name it, I got it.
I had that list, but I don't know where it went. I think it's some of the shit that disappeared off my stuff. So.
See, Echo just come up with another one. Oklahoma City. There's another one. I mean,
Yep, there you go.
That boy
That
was made to sit and watch that shit happen.
That was to get rid of the Clinton files that they had there. That's what that bombing was for.
You remember the guy-
what they were going through? What was it? That about the land and all that was down there that they were going through, Whitewater or whatever it was. That's where all the records were being held, was Oklahoma.
Whitewater or Watergate? Was that Whitewater?
Not Whitewater.
Whitewater was after Watergate, but even Watergate, now that we know more things about that too, it's likely, or it's at least possible, that Nixon was trying to get to the bottom of what happened to JFK, and that's why what happened to him.
Well, I got a documentary on a woman at the time that was going to spill all the names. She was considered the best journalist in the world at the time, and they offed her. I was going to play that one of these nights, one of these days. I was going to play it on a Sunday or something. It's a pretty good documentary about her. I mean, she was brilliant. I mean, she really was. And the whole world, I mean, wherever she was, reporters would be following her. That's how good of a reporter she was. But yeah, they killed her.
Golly. God.
Because the powers at the time, Johnson, Lyndon B. Johnson, and all of them, they knew who they had to watch out for.
That's like that reporter they killed recently over there in one of the Taliban areas, I guess the best way to describe it. The one that when they see him go in the building and never come out.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the picture of LBJ in the jet, either signing or right after signing? Right after he took over the emergency presidency, the look on his face.
Did you ever hear the audio of that?
Like he didn't want to be caught, right?
Did you ever hear the audio of what he said about keeping people on welfare and they'd be voting for him for 100 years?
Oh, no, I ain't hear that one. I didn't hear that one. He said that before he got sworn in.
Yeah, on the plane. I don't remember. I've seen and heard the audio and video of it.
Oh wow!
All I can say is, people, the only truth you know is what you lived and what you saw and what you touched or what you felt. Anything this government's told you or anything you've seen or been taught in a school is most likely a lie.
Hey, don't tell nobody, but freedom's a lie.
You never had it. We've never had it really. Our lifetime, we've never really had it.
No,
we've been put into this paradigm, just like they're trying to put these young ones in this next paradigm.
We were under the fantasy of freedom.
Right.
Can you drive on the road without car insurance or ID or a driver's license?
Can you Can you really call your house your own when you have to pay taxes? That's like paying rent.
Right. Can you go fishing without a license? Can you? I mean, the most simple things in life. And they charge you and fine you, and
the best part of taxes, it's voluntary. Ain't that a joke?
Voluntary till they come after you, right?
Yeah.
No, it's just time to accept what we're really looking at and say, well, what can I do? And start praying hard to God and just start doing it. That's all I got to say. I mean, if it says even cut your bills down, your electric, feeds them too. Everything you use feeds them. So try to
Yeah.
cut back on some of it. Take
Keno,
some
you're
money out
pretty
of their
good.
pockets.
Keno, you're pretty good if you're talking about that video and audio I was talking about. You're pretty good at finding shit. If you can, see if you can find that.
On what? On
Keno,
Lyndon
he's
B. Johnson?
yeah, that
All right.
plane ride when they were getting ready to turn him over, and even Kennedy's old lady hugging on him, and basically
Was that the one with Jacqueline with them too? Was Jacqueline standing there?
Yeah. When she's hugging on him, still covered in brains and blood and acting like he's the savior.
All right. I know what one I'm looking for.
It's the most smug look I've ever seen on his face.
They said she had a derringer in a bundle of roses.
What?
Yeah, them flowers she was holding in the car.
Oh, wow. Wow.
If you watch the assassination, you see the security guy keep jumping on and off. I'm not going to say the keyword or what he was, but the security guard kept jumping on and off of the back of the car because they kept telling him to move because he was in the way.
Makes you wonder why they were afraid of Princess Diana, right?
Yeah, that's
No, it's just it's time. It's just time, people. You got to get off your asses and do something. It's time. If you really want to be part to help this country, be part of the country, is all I'm saying. It's time. No more sitting back. No more again on your asses. It's time to do something in any way you can. Like I said, any bit of money you can cut that doesn't feed these bastards, help. So cut down on your electricity. Learn how to conserve. Learn how to shop a little smarter. Use the farmer markets. Because I guarantee you, them are the people you want to know anyways. They're the ones that are growing the good food. You want to start doing things.
Even that in the past has irritated people in my life, George. I got shit for doing just what you're saying from people in my life that were like, why won't you eat fast food? That's bullshit. Or, it's been so many different things that I've quit doing that you don't really need, like when I was too white to drink Coke, or when Netflix wanted to put little children on there. When stuff like that happens, I remove myself from that company or that product, or
You don't want anything to do with any kind of racist bullshit.
Yeah, fast food. When I grew up, fast food was you let them just a little bit.
Well, that's the thing is, you talk about a community like that. I actually did live for a few years in my youth in a community like that. It was a co-op where a bunch of Vietnam veterans and a bunch of hippies all had their own big private pieces of land all close to each other. And, it did work. When it worked, it worked. I think the only downfall really was like personal dramas and changes in people's lives that eroded that community.
Too much open
beyond that,
relationships.
Yeah, beyond that, the exchange worked. There was, great get-togethers. There was faith. There was all these things that blended really well in the beginning. And for I'd say a few years, it was a really good run. But
I think they got a bad name, and that hurt them too. They were ostracized by the media, by the people. Everybody looked down on them. They were like, the hermits at the time. So
they were some hermits in that group. There really was. Some of them guys that just come home didn't want nothing to do with nothing. They wanted life alone.
I don't think I would have neither known that I came home from a lie. Just like a lot of these guys are now, coming from the Gulf War knows that it's a lie. And then,
right.
It's a shame what we do to our children. Our children are supposed to be there to guard us, not to guard other people.
Here's one for you. Remember the Maine.
Yeah, there you go. Or the USS Liberty. Try that one. Where
yeah, how many
got
times?
our ship up, and no one did anything about that. The people
how many times have they done that?
The same people that put my Lord and Savior on the cross, but they got you believing they're the chosen ones. But you better ask yourself, what are they chosen for?
They're Khazars.
Yeah, they fall underneath a lot of different names. Yeah. That's the one thing. You can never learn from your future, but you can sure learn a lot from your history. And you can almost see the direction where your future's going just by reading your history, because for some reason it like repeats itself.
And speak of that list of operations, Operation Trust. I'm not even joking. Every day I think about it more. I've been reviewing it. This is weird. This is things you will learn from history, and like they say, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it.
You know, I'm one of the ones that believe truthfully that that's probably what the game that's being played on the American people and the world, because this isn't just the United States. Every Western country's been overthrown. There's no way the people in Canada chose Trudeau. There's no way that the people in France chose Macron, or in Germany, or in Britain. There's just none of these places. They all hate their leaderships, and you've never seen anything like that in the world until now. This is it. It's the run for the new world order. This is it, and they're trying to do it. They're going to entrap everybody. A lot of other countries have already gone to the digital system. They're talking ours to start coming online sometime in May. How long you'll have to turn in if you got money, you know, outside of the bank. Anything you got in the bank would certainly be turned into digital. Yeah, I don't know how much time they'll give you if you have anything outside the bank to turn it in. India, look at that. The second largest population in the world. They gave them 4 hours, and they told them at 8 o'clock at night. So, I mean,
I have an opinion about anything digital when it comes to the currencies. Everybody's talking about investing and all that. I've been asked by a lot of people. Only thing I will have ever and will ever back about investing is silver and gold, because I don't think that it's ever going to lose its value. I've heard about big drops in Bitcoin values and stuff like that, but it's the vulnerability of the cyber funds itself. I mean, you got first your power grid, then you got the internet, then you have your technological devices, then you have the bank itself, then you have then you have the market. There's so many different things, EMPs, all these different things that could thwart people from using their digital currencies. So I would rather have something in my hands, that's real to me, than to have something so vulnerable.
Well, as a currency in 5,000 years, it's never went to zero.
Yeah, but I think sometimes currency is unstable. Now, if I was to invest, it would be in the mines, because they keep that's the one that's the core of crypto. So, but as far as just in the currency part, that's too unstable.
Bitcoin was created on an NSA hashtag. It's government run. All that stuff if it was any threat to them, they would have outlawed it. They would have put a law against it. They didn't. When the only reason why is they want people to get used to using this, because when they bring in the real, that all this stuff will be switched to, or to be no good. Bitcoin will not be no good when it goes to digital. When the government run system comes on, there will be no more Bitcoin or any of that.
Well, I think now they bringing in more regulations since that fall of FTX, who that person's been trying to put more but I think once they put the regulation in place, that's when it's going to start taking off, because they want to control it just like everything else.
They want people to get used to it,
right? So, and they got like you said, they got India. They got now they call Zimbabwe,
China.
They calling those.
Russia's got but. Yeah. And here's the thing, they're saying that them ones are gold back. I don't know if they are, and there's no way to ever know if they're gold back. They could just say that they are. Right. But
the way I see it, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can enlighten me. But any money I have in my PayPal, any cash I have in my pocket, any currency that's recent, that's not actual silver, pre-64 or whatever, all of that'll be useless. All of that'll be garbage. Be like Confederate money after the Civil War.
Well, you talk about as far as the dollar and things like that will be useless.
Yeah, it would all, if the market crashes, if this all goes down, any of your money that you have in banks, on PayPal, any of that stuff, it's all gone. Only what you have in your hands is good.
Oh yeah, that could. I think that happened in 1929 when
yeah.
Like
it's gone when you lose electricity.
Right.
Exactly.
That's how easy. Digital stuff is gone. I mean, how many? You look at it; it's coming. They already have no cashier stores and that in California now. Where you got to show you have to show your deal on your phone. You walk in, and as you pick up stuff, it registers it, and it's in your money's automatically taken out. You will never be able to go to a rummage sale. You'll never ever be able to loan your kids money. You'll never be able to do any of this stuff ever again without the government being able to tax you on every little thing you do.
Unless you're nipping off bits of silver and gold off of bars at a time.
But how many people are going to know, how to use that system? That's what I'm saying. If you don't build that system in your community now, it's not going to be there.
That's true. I mean, George, I used to look all over the planet, see all these lost civilizations where the people just up and disappeared. Entire civilization is just wiped out. And now I don't have to wonder at all how it happened.
Yeah, it looks real easy now, don't it?
Well, when he put in the bill that he's hiring 87,000 IRS agents, that lets you know taxes is coming and it's going to be hard. 87. That's a football stadium.
Get this, Vaughn. When they go to digital, and enough people they got changed over to digital, that's when they'll go. Everybody needs to turn in their guns, or we're going to shut off your money.
Yeah,
I thought about that, George. Oh boy,
and that will happen. And one of the things, if you commit crimes, say you're a criminal, if you don't put that on your taxes of something that you stole or you got something while you was out there doing criminal activity, if you don't report it on a tax income, that's going to be an extra charge when you go to jail.
Yeah, but you'll never have to worry about that once it goes digital because they'll be able to track everything. But that was the main thing that people are missing. Once there's enough over to that, they will say we'll cut your phone off if you don't turn in your guns. And I guarantee you people will be lining up to turn in their guns. The ones that are all out there now saying, I ain't turning in my gun for nothing. They'll be the first ones in line.
I forgot Tom was here. I said something about Confederate money. He's like, my $100 bill's worth. Yeah, I bet it is now. But after that war, the Confederate money wasn't worth much. And I'd actually like to see that $100 bill you got someday, Tom.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too. Yeah,
everything Civil War is worth something. I watched these metal detectors go all over the United States finding bullets and fragments and breastplates, all this cool stuff they find from the Civil War, and they're valuable. That stuff's valuable.
87,000 IRS agents. That's a lot of people. They're going to be coming after.
Didn't that get blocked recently?
No, that's not. No, they didn't. No, that went through.
They won't.
That was in his executive order.
Yeah, I thought there was something in the works to counter that. I thought I saw something.
It's all theatrics, guys. It's all theatrics, just like all these things you see that's going on with these constitutional battles that are going. It's all for show to keep everybody doing nothing. I already told you How many times you got to break a contract that this social contract called the Constitution is gone?
Oh yeah,
All of
that's
it means nothing.
yeah, that's
There's a lot of evidence backing what you're saying, George. There's no doubt, because look at how much they're getting away with.
Because there isn't none. You can read the NDAA tells you you have no constitution. That's been enforced since 2002. It's written right there in the NDAA, and people won't read it. You tell them, hey, go read the NDAA. They won't go read it. They think these fucking words are going to save them. And I'm out here telling you, they're just words. They're words of a contract that aren't being fulfilled by one side. And every country's got a contract like that, a social contract, not like ours, not written the same way as ours, but every country's got one. And all of them are being broke. You're watching the 10 kingdoms being built right now in front of your face. And I'm sorry, I'm the one that has to keep bringing the fucking bad news to everybody, but it's the truth. What do you want me to do? Hightail and run? I ain't going to run from these bastards. This is not what my life was for. It was to get up and say that I'm going to give in to these people. I'm going to die for a reason. I'm going to die for a reason. I'm not afraid to meet my maker. Y'all are.
I know you ain't talking to me.
Well, whoever's going to.
I know.
You know, it's time to wake the fuck up. Is all I'm saying. The writing's right in front of all of us. I mean, I wish it wasn't neither. I really do. But you can't. Do that shit. I mean, you just got to face the facts.
That got all weird and echoey.
Yeah, because I'm checking an email right now. Sorry about that. But I mean, you guys are way too smarter than this. You really are. There's only one way to ever get to heaven. You got to die anyways. It's the only thing you've been promised. Why not have a reason to do it for good? Quit being afraid to meet him.
Well, my cam ain't working. Let me try this again.
Uh-oh.
Tom's going to show us a Confederate $100 bill. I'm not even sure I've ever seen one.
All right.
When I was selling Army surplus, I'd once in a while run into some Civil War gear. You know, they make reproduction stuff. You got to know what you're looking at. But some of that original Civil War clothing, whatever it is, it can be worth some big bucks.
Hey, Carl, I got one for you. Here, let me bring it up here. Yeah, you'll love it. You'll love this one. This is the mindset of people, though. Let me share it.
I'm watching panel now. I got to choose between chat or panel now. I've got the chat turned off so I can see what you guys are going to show me.
All right. Well, it's about silver. People choosing if they want a candy bar or silver. Watch.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I can imagine. You get hungry enough, silver don't mean shit.
I just shared it there, Chuck.
Can't eat silver, can you?
No. I don't know. Maybe ran over Chuck. I don't know. I'm sorry if I did. But I mean, it's time to wake up. It's time to face the facts, people. I wish it wasn't the truth neither, but how much more do you have to say that you're going to quit believing all? Whatever happened to this Q bullshit? Whatever happened to JFK coming back, Jr. coming back, and Michael Jackson, and all this crazy shit people were talking about? It was all a distraction.
Well, I've got that list I could make up too.
There was Santa Claus and Elvis.
There you go, Chuck. Thank you.
bar or a free Hershey bar? Just either one. Just take them. By the way, this 100-ounce silver bar is worth, depending on the day and when you're watching this, it's over $2,000. If I were to ask you to take one of these, a free Hershey bar or the silver bar, which one would you rather have?
Hershey bar.
Oh, Hershey bar. Go ahead. Happy Halloween.
What? I feel like this is. What are you doing?
Well, we're just offering people a free Hershey bar or
I
free
don't know.
silver bar.
I was always told not to take candy from strangers.
Oh, well, I'm Mark. I'm not really a stranger.
Oh,
But, okay. You could take the silver bar. No?
It's real heavy.
It is. It's 7 pounds. 100 troy ounces of silver. But we don't want
His
either
name's Mark Dice, right?
one. Okay. Well, happy Halloween to me. Trick or treat. Want a free Hershey bar or would you rather have a free silver bar?
Hershey.
Hershey. Hungry? Straight out of the fridge. Happy Halloween. Here for that pizza.
A silver bar for one slice of pizza.
For the whole pizza.
It's one slice.
Oh, it's only one
I
slice?
only got one.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry.
Never mind.
One slice.
No.
One slice and a garlic knot.
Oh no.
It looks pretty good though.
Oh, that's a big slice
It is a big slice, but it is only one.
though. Would you like to trade the silver bar for the sliced pizza?
I think I'm okay.
You don't know?
I'm pretty hungry.
Oh, you are. You don't want it? Candy bar
What are you gonna do with the silver bar?
What are you gonna do with a silver bar? There's a coin shop over
Melt
here.
it down and make some jewelry.
Well, you could sell it to this coin shop over here if you wanted to. Or you could eat the candy bar, I suppose. You don't need that? Watching your diet? Yeah. So
Fucking dumbass.
I mean, ain't that? I mean, people, they even know it's a silver bar, and they still won't take it.
I'd have get out of his hand so fast he'd have stumbled.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can have it in mine. No hook to it. Snatch.
But that the 87 is they trying to block it in Congress, but it won't go through the Senate, which is controlled by the Democrats. So it's still pending as what it is. The Republicans is trying to do it in Congress, but they say if it did go past the Senate, he will veto it.
Tom, did you already show it?
No. Von Erich, old friend, I was just thinking about you 2 or 3 days ago. It's so good to see you tonight.
Oh, good to see you too, Tom.
Glad you're okay.
Yeah.
Chuck, can you give me a full screen and I'll try to make this work?
Oh, wow.
There we go.
I got some
Get
of them.
closer. Get a little closer. Come closer. Yeah, now we're talking. That's badass.
That is nice, man. That is
I got some of them somewhere that I found that I don't know where they're at, but they're not that big. Not that $100 ones.
Well, now the lady on there, I'll tell you a quick story about this lady. Her name's Lucy Pickens. And she was the wife of the governor of South Carolina back then. Well, her family, I don't know whether it was actually her or her parents, but they were good friends with my grandmother's parents down in Edgefield, South Carolina. And the Pickens family furnished the money, and my great grandparents furnished the land, and they built the Catholic Church there in Edgefield on that land. And my grandmother was the first person to be baptized in that church.
Wow.
But yeah, that's so. I got some very, very distant family ties to that lady on that bill.
Was that the president at the bottom? What's the name of the president? Was that the president that's in the corner of it?
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure who that is, but that's not Jefferson Davis.
No, I'm talking about what's. I thought that was the president of the South when they were
No.
split.
No.
Oh, it's
That-
not. Okay.
No, I don't remember who that fellow is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my wife also had this was her stuff. She's born and raised in Ohio. I guess with her grandmother, she had some of those. You remember the mountain people work coal mines and different stuff? That money they paid them where they can go to the grocery store, a bunch of money tickets or whatever they called them.
Script.
Yep.
What it was?
she had some of them too. This one's good for so much coffee. This one's good for so much sugar.
Okay. All right. And the only place that was good was the company store.
Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't they even use like tokens for like railroad workers and stuff at times?
Oh, I don't even know.
People earn that. If they're paying for their land in the company store, they're buying it from them. They could pay it off with that too. And
Chuck, you can go ahead and take my ugly mug down off of here if you don't mind.
I thought you was happy to look at yourself for a second.
I know. That was uncomfortable, man.
You started sweating, Chuck.
Where were you on June 10th, huh?
Yeah, right.
On the camera, it looks like the room's a lot brighter than it actually is, too, don't it?
No, the room's about that bright. I mean, I've got a bright light shining right here on me.
Hell, this one here, see how bright it is? And there's just one little 40-watt LED in the corner over there.
Is that all?
Yeah. That camera picks up good, I guess.
Yeah, I actually have to, I've got a piece of cardboard laying here over top the cam because I got a chandelier here behind me. And if I don't shade the lens of the camera, it's all washed out. You can't hardly see. It's weird.
Chuck look like he plays the banjo. You play the banjo, Chuck?
Oh, hell no. I used to play guitar a little bit. But
Oh, yeah. ZZ Top. That's what
I was learning it, and then about 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 5, I got sick.
Mm-hmm.
And it was one of them, I don't remember if it was when I got the coof the first time or what it was, but after I got over it, all my fingers and hands and elbows and shit, the joints was all bad hurting, and I left it alone for 3 or 4 months, and I ended up giving it to my daughter or my son or something. I wish I'd have kept doing it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Tom, how long you had that $100 bill in the family? How long
My son gave me that for Father's Day last year, so I haven't had it very long. Chuck, if you wouldn't mind letting me show this frame again.
All right.
Grace had asked where I got the frame. My son made this.
Wow.
Yeah, it's cool as hell.
Yeah.
It is. That's nice. You did a good job. Great job. Yeah, that's probably worth a lot of money.
I didn't. He just made the remark that it was worth more than $100 bill that was in my pocket. So I don't really know how much it's worth.
Yeah, that's a good gift.
He may have been figuring in the value of the frame, as far as I know.
You know what, Tom? I was cleaning out this old house that got abandoned once, and I found these books and opened a book, and a whole bunch of money fell out all over the floor. I was picking up $100, $50 bills, all this stuff, and then I saw it said Jamaica.
Oh no!
And it was like $100 was equal to like 70 cents or something. It was ridiculous.
Hey man, you were rich for a few minutes. You know?
Yeah. How old was it though?
It wasn't even that old. It wasn't even old money. It was just Jamaican money was not worth nothing back then.
Oh, I thought it was like real oaks. I think that might have been worth a little bit because wasn't that money backed by England?
The denominations on those bills was like, $2,500 worth of money, and it worked out to be like $30 conversion.
Going.
Oh man,
might be worth a good bit now, but
I don't know.
Yeah, man. Well, it depends on how old it is. I don't know.
Wasn't worth squat back then. That was only 20 years ago or so.
I know we had a Bible in our family that goes back into the 1800s, early 1800s.
Yeah, I've got one upstairs. My great grandfather had it, and that goes back sometime into the 1800s.
Well, with the paper currency, there was things called silver certificates and stuff that were a different, deal. They're worth way more than your normal bill.
They had gold certificates too, but those and like silver certificates were red and blue.
Yeah.
Gold certificate had the numbers and the stamp and all that. And it was gold. Those, if you ever find one, those are worth quite a bit.
I don't think I've ever seen one of them.
Yeah, me neither. I don't think I've seen one either.
I got
even as far back as like 95, 94, something like that. When I worked at a party store, even back then, people were still paying with change, and as a cashier, you could hear silver, man. Somebody handed me a handful of change, and there was even just a mercury dime in there. I could hear it tink. There's a certain sound that you get used to hearing.
It rings.
It rings, exactly.
Yeah, it does. And I found a whole lot of pre-64 silver that way.
Oh, wow.
Echo says that man on that bill's John C. Calhoun, and I'm kind of ashamed that I didn't remember that. Thank you, Echo.
Who is he? Let me look him up.
John C. Calhoun was a pretty controversial, I believe he was a vice president, but I think he was in the Senate too, wasn't he?
Oh, he was in the Senate? Oh, okay.
I believe back during a very tumultuous time.
Here, I got something that was my dad's that he had in his wallet, and he had it. I remember the kid showing it to me. He said he put it in his wallet in the 50s after they stopped printing. Whenever it was they stopped printing them, it's an old $2 bill.
Yeah.
I'll make the screen big. Let's see.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I don't know if you can see it. It says 53. Probably ain't going to focus. But Mom handed me his wallet one time after he passed, and I took it out of there. She's like, "That was your father's." I said, "Well, it's mine now." And she goes, "Well, maybe I wanted to hold on to it." I said, "If he was standing here now and knew what was going on, who would he hand it to?" And she said, "You."
There you go.
My father sent me some Turkish money, and it's 5,000, whatever they use. And I looked it up, and it's a bottle of water or a nice tip.
Bonnie, you're still awake.
Yeah.
Hey, Bonnie, I heard that you're talking about doing something on MK Ultra. MK Ultra is something safe you can do on YouTube. I've done many MK Ultras.
Oh, is it? Okay, thank you.
Now, if you get into like my last one, where I got into the United States and Turkey and Israel harvesting 18,000 children out of Syria, that'll get you banned.
Yes. Yeah. Isn't that horrible? We can't tell the
Hey, what's your
truth.
backup channel there, Chuck?
Huh?
No.
I thought they were talking about hunting in Turkey or hunting turkeys, huh?
Right.
Yeah, I scare the shit out of people in Walmart because I hunt turkeys there.
Look like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah. Shh, be very, very quiet.
No, there's just certain things that'll get you in trouble. And MK Ultra ain't one. There's so many videos on YouTube about MK Ultra that I'm not worried about that.
In
Which
truth,
is a good one though. MK Ultra is a good one, and with that goes
Mockingbird.
no MK Ultra's original name was shit. slips my mind right now. It'll come to me here, but it wasn't called MK Ultra. Was it Ivy? I can't remember right offhand. I got it someplace, but I'm sorry about that.
Right.
I'll come up with it though.
Yeah, Timothy
It'll come back when you don't need it.
Oh no, it's gonna come back to me.
Timothy Leary was part of that, and they were using acid during Vietnam as part of it. Partially, I guess that's a bastardized version of way I'm.
Operation Artichoke is what it was known as.
Yeah, which is supposed to represent the pineal gland. I didn't remember that either.
That was what MK Ultra originally was Operation Artichoke. So that's something else that you might want to look at. I got videos if you need them.
Okay. Thank you.
So if you ever get a phone call and somebody says purple unicorn, that's not for you. It's for somebody else, and you just got the wrong number.
You ain't calling me.
Is that your safe word?
I don't have a phone no more. That was one of the things I gave up. I don't have a phone no more.
I think purple unicorn is Chuck's secret safe word.
I'm talking about the mind controls words for sleepers to wake up.
How's that weather in West Virginia, Tom?
Oh, it's nice now, man. It got cold the other night, but yeah, we're up in 40s and 50s now for a few days anyway. We'll still have some nights below freezing. That's just good for the maple trees, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of a shock to all the plants and everything, though.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if that was somebody's keyword, and all of a sudden they got the urge to go dig up a chest in their backyard.
Chuck, I'm gonna jump down, man. I appreciate you letting me come up and show that.
All right, bud. Good to have you. Welcome.
Appreciate
you showing.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Von Eric, really good to see you, man. I hope we can get a
that
chance
was
to hook up again.
Oh,
Good to see everybody. Resist.
You too, man.
Take
Good
care,
night.
Tom.
Wolverine!
Yeah, I was going to leave like an hour ago, and I sure haven't yet, have I?
I noticed that.
I get on these rants and raves sometimes. I'll be able to sleep good now.
Yeah, I was going to log out. I was going to close it down when 10 come on. What was it, 10:15 here? So that was what, 3 hours ago almost?
All I ask is people just think of what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what anybody does 100 miles from you. It's what you do in your immediate community that's going to matter.
Yep.
And so, you know, it's time. Whatever you got to do, get involved.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
informed. Try to absorb as much knowledge as you want. Remember, the book says many a Christians have perished because of the lack of knowledge. Right now is the time for all the knowledge you can get.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Knowledge
all right,
is
everybody. It was good seeing everybody.
See you later, George. Good to holler.
All right. You know, take it. Have a great day.
Very great day. Night.
100 miles. Just made me think about that. How long would it take you on a buggy ride to get 100 miles, or on horseback, or on foot?
Takes a minute.
I forget how fast the stagecoach, buggies, etc. wagons went. Some of them were like 3 to 5 miles a day. Some of them were 15 miles a day. It just depended.
Well, it's probably more than that. In my prime, when I walked with a full pack, I could cover 25 miles a day or more on foot.
Yeah, but you got to figure a lot of them had people wandering behind them, walking with packs and dragging shit, and then they'd stop.
Yeah, you mean the wagon trains. All right.
Yeah, those. And I think, what was it? Stagecoaches and stuff that were carrying money and other things like that. They'd cover what, 75 miles a day, maybe.
Or a stagecoach? Well,
Yeah.
stagecoach.
It would have it. That sounds feasible. Like I said, I think the average person walks 3 to 6 miles an hour at a normal stride.
Yeah, they don't have stagecoach where I'm at.
Yeah. They will if we run out of fuel.
Yeah, that's true. Unless, well, I don't know. I guess people would all be on the subway. Take the subway or the.
Hey, D, I for you to come up eons ago.
You did?
Yeah,
I wanted to.
Not knocking you. I just figured you to come up there and got in the middle of all that.
Oh, yeah, no, I was avoiding all that. But it's good to see Von Erich. It was great to see Tom and, of course, George. But I was in and out. I had to build a fire. It's cold.
Yeah, good to see you too, D.
Hey, tomorrow
What about
morning.
chopped liver?
Didn't I say, Carol? So you're going to love me tomorrow.
Why?
Camo, not you. Yours is going out this week, though. You didn't
Thank
sound
you.
as desperate as that sucker over there.
Thank you. D. You want
Yeah,
me to
you're-
do like a? You want me to do like a sexy promotional video where I rub that stuff on my knee?
No, no, thank you.
Oh my
You're like, what's that in the background? That's not a knee.
No, can't unsee, can't unsee. Oh, listen, tomorrow morning I'm going to be doing a show about how I'm going to be accepting silver and be teaching people about how it's going to work in my private membership association. It's going to be
Okay.
yeah, it's going to be cool. So, and also there's other people that have minted money even in this area once before. So I'll be reading an article about him, but he's passed, unfortunately. But I got one of his coins at the pawn shop a couple days ago.
I was gonna say, wasn't that big in the gold rush times?
No,
No.
no, but it was used a lot in the cannabis industry.
Oh.
Down in Humboldt County. But he was making a full ounce of silver. And it was called Mattole because it was the cross between Petrolia and the Mattole Valley. And it's really pretty coin, and I'll show it tomorrow. But in the article, but he's a little bit of a weirdo. He had a couple, like, I'm not going to share this tomorrow, but I'll tell you guys this part about him that was kind of strange. He liked this lady. He was like obsessed and in love with this lady from the Philippines, I think. And even after she got married, like he went to the Philippines 7 times, and then he like, you know, to try to, I don't know, and then he got her tattooed on his back. It's like-
Stalker Madge? Goodness.
I mean, just like a little bit of a weirdo, but you know, maybe too much time in the mountains growing weed and smoking too much. Good, I don't know.
We can't help who we love.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And he had her tattooed on his back, even though she was married.
yes, yes.
Yeah, he was obsessed.
So I won't be sharing that art in the article tomorrow because it was a rather long article anyway. But there was just some details about his little adventure when he was minting coin. But the coin's really beautiful. I mean, it's really beautiful, and they used it for a long time. I think he started it into. I think it went for maybe 15 years.
Oh wow.
I never had heard of it until I called the pawn shop, and I was asking him about if they had any junk silver or if they had any dimes. and stuff, you know, and they did. And I bought some dimes too, some old dimes. The day I called, it was gonna be $102 for 50 dimes.
Mm.
Good.
When
Oh, wait a minute. I got it. How about we make our own coins, and what we do is we get a good press. We press weed into a coin shape and then put foil around it like those chocolate coins.
Call it bud.
Oh wow.
No, so yeah, it's like there's some weird stuff tied up with it, but it was a lot. The cannabis growers were using it more than anybody else, you know. And so, but my friend, I met a guy and he came down from 2 hours north of me, and my husband went with me to meet him last week. And I got video of him. He brought me 4 letters from the IRS that he helped people. You can avoid the IRS and not be evading the IRS. But his parents did go to prison for it.
Oh,
So,
wow.
so then his brother went, you know, balls to the wall, learning about what his parents did wrong. And I've shared his brother's website, and you'll get to meet my friend Louie sometime. But they spend money like with the Liberty Eagle. It's $1. It says it's $1, but we all know it's whatever it's worth today, which is $42.50. So these people will purchase things like vehicles, and for the bookkeeper, you know, they're purchasing it for 22 coins, $22. When it really comes out to like $935.
Oh,
It's
wow.
not unlawful. It's not unlawful. It's honest money. It's actually honest money. So I'm learning about that. So tomorrow, he's technically challenged, of course, and he's going to be like off of computer world for like a week because he's going traveling. And he already warned me, like, I don't exist. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Did I hear you say you make websites?
I have been known to do that, Carl. Yes, I have done that. I got a couple of them floating around, you know.
Did they ever estimate when you're going to have your power right?
We were out of power for a day. We just got our power back on a couple hours ago. What did you ask me though? I'm sorry.
I thought maybe your power had been off for a long period, but other than a day. But
it was off for 8 days last time.
Wow.
Yeah, we got a generator though. But my brand new generator took a crap today, and we pulled out the old 20-year-old one that had been sitting for 2 years. My husband didn't even want to do it. He's like, it's not going to work. The gas is gelled up, I'll bet you. And I just looked at him. I'm like, I'm supposed to be on this prayer-a-thon right now with Bonnie. And I'm like, well, he goes, well, I'll start it up. And if it starts up, I'll take it to the barn. Because, of course, it wasn't at the place it needed to be. And he started that thing up. It started up. It's an old Champion. It sure is.
With the old gas and everything in it, it started right up.
Yeah, I know he didn't have time to drain it, put new gas in.
I know a lot of people are finding these old Winnebagos and stuff from the 70s and 80s and 90s or early 90s that had the little Onan generators in them. And they're getting those. They can either run off of diesel or gas, and those suckers are just diehards, and they'll run meager amount of stuff, but like a regular generator. But I think they put out more.
Oh, y'all do the prayer-a-thon now?
We just did a prayer thing today. It wasn't like a prayer-a-thon, but Bonnie read the dream today, and we did some praying and some reading, and she played a video, and it was good. She didn't call it a prayer-a-thon. Where's my glasses?
Hey, Chuck. One time at auction, I won a generator trailer. It's a 1-ton military trailer that was sized to go with the big deuce and a half, so 6-wheel trucks. So it was bigger than a normal trailer, and on it was 2 5K generators, which I immediately stripped off and sold. And I had 6 of these 1.5K military generators. in an aluminum cage. They weigh about 120 pounds apiece. One person can move them around. But there was two types. There's one that's a 28 volt that's actually used as a jumper for the military vehicles, which all run 24 volt, aka 28 volt. But then the 110 220 version ones that I had, they would run everything in the house, and I had power to spare. You could run power tools while everything in the house was clicked on, and it wouldn't even, they are exceptional, and they were cheap. I'll bet you could still find them if you go looking. It's just a 1.5K U.S. issue generator set, and then, like I said, make sure you don't get a 28 volt. But
did you hear the one I was talking about the other day about wanting one of the old military ones with multi-fuel? It'd run off about anything. Chicken grease it would run off of.
There are multi-fuel versions of that. There are, and I've had as old as World War II generators, but these 1.5Ks, you can get parts for them. Hell, I still got jars of parts for them. I got to get another one. That's what my goal is to get one of those again. There's a super duper rare, it's like a dream item that I would like to find. It was made for officers in the Army, excuse me, and it's a super small tabletop generator, all olive drab, and it was meant just to run like coffee makers and stuff. It was meant for officers in high rank to have a portable, immediate 110 power source, and they're super quiet.
That's cool. That
Yeah,
would be cool.
but it's
Don't we all want that?
it's vintage stuff, so and everybody who knows that they exist wants one.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I found that, I don't know if I could part with it.
Yeah, you go there and say, okay, now my coffee maker. Oh, this is for my little heater. Get away from me.
I think it was actually made by Coleman. Now I'm thinking about it. It might have been, Coleman made a lot of those Army issue portable stoves and lantern sets. A lot of the military issue, U.S. issue lanterns were made by Coleman. There were other companies, but it was a Coleman design. You ever seen the pocket stoves, what they call it? They've been using them since World War II. They're a little pump up, looks like a lantern almost, but it doesn't have the globe. Instead, it has little fold out wings to hold a pot.
Yeah.
And they call them pocket stoves. And there's all different styles of military versions, but they're basically the same. They used them in Vietnam. They're kind of pricey. They're usually over $100 for a unit, but they run on gasoline too. A lot of the military surplus stuff ran on not just multi-fuel, but a lot of it ran on gasoline and some strange ways of running on gas, like immersion heaters, which are a portable water heater that they would use to put in barrels and the water buffalo trailers. And they got a drip of MoGas. In the military, it was called MoGas. It's military fuel, which is gasoline, but it would drip on these burners. So it was like boop, 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 and they were extremely dangerous. They would blow up if not used properly.
All of a sudden it started over fueling, or the fuel got hot, or
it was user error. Okay, like you let it flood before you tried to light it or something and blew your head off.
kind of like these guys building them new oil drip heaters. You seen them doing it, and it's like, yeah, that looks dangerous as shit.
I have it's a kind of a rare unit because my truck was it's a M886, which is normally the ambulance body of the Dodge Power Wagon, but it was converted over for a communications truck. So it has this, I got this 12, which makes it rare. You can get 28 volt ones for the bigger trucks. So this is a 12 volt gasoline fired personnel heater. In other words, the heater in the back runs off the same gas tank as the truck does. And it's one of those rigs to where if anything goes wrong, it's a freaking bomb. You know, I have it, I can use it. I've used it before, but I really don't trust that thing 100%. Every time I take it off road or something, I want to look.
The fuel lines are fused to the gas tank, huh?
It is. It shares the same gas tank. In fact, you have to make sure all the seals are right because it creates a pressure issue. He'd set truck up like right now, Chuck. He turn that thing on and it goes, and the whole truck is warm in like 30 seconds.
To put off a lot of fumes too, or
no, the fumes are all exhausted out of it. It's got an exhaust on it that goes to the exterior of the vehicle.
Oh, that's cool.
I gotta go, you guys. I'll see you later. I'll be in chat though. Love y'all. Bye.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks for having me up, Chuck. Appreciate you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Love you, Bonnie.
damn.
Eric. Love you.
Love you too.
Love
See you
Tiffany.
later. I'll talk to you guys. Talk to you tomorrow, I imagine.
Yeah, or later. Okay, bye. Okay, bye.
Oh my
Sorry, everybody. I got talking about Army surplus again. Oops.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm about ready to kill it anyway. It's almost 1:30 here.
Yeah, it's almost 2:30 here. I got to get up early and homeschool my little man.
Oh, it was really good to see you, Von Eric.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you would come up. You're welcome anytime, bud.
Oh, I appreciate y'all having me. It's been a good time. It's always a good time chatting with y'all. Love everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel. I appreciate it.
Stay away from them snakes and crawlies, man.
Oh, every day, every second, every minute of the day. I don't play. All right, everybody, take it easy.
Thanks, man. Talk to you later, bud.
All right.
So I just found this article from February 2nd that a South Austin H-E-B grocery store was forced to dump perishable food in the wake of a winter storm, caused power outage. It drew scavengers, and there's people all up on top of the dumpsters, and then there's people just all over on the bottom waiting to get what they threw out.
Wow.
It's so sad.
I thought I saw a headline that said they're fighting over it.
250 dumpster diving scavengers.
Wow. I don't blame them. I don't know why they don't do so. If it ain't bad, why don't they donate it?
And the HEB usually does. That's why I think, because the power had gone out and it was probably overnight, so the food was not.
Dollar General here, their shit did it. What do you remember me telling you? Was it last year or a year before? Theirs went out, and everything that was either at this right temperature or 1 degree past it. Stuff still frozen solid, and they had to toss it because it wasn't at least, I want to say 28 degrees, and it was like 29 degrees, and she had to throw it away.
Yep. If it's in any way already perished, then they can't give it to people.
So they hit the dumpster with it, and she had just fully stocked all the freezers and eggs and milk and all that, and she was taking it out there, and they were wheeling out in dollies, and they'd go in to get another dolly and come out there, and by the time they did, the people that lived around there had already looted the dollies.
Yeah.
Which is fine with me, but if it had hit that dumpster, I'm like, yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah.
Because I could have used the food, I'd have took it home too. And I'm like, hell, next time you have that issue, I gave her my number. I said, call me. We'll split it and hand it out to other people around here instead. If there's nobody around, don't let it hit that dumpster. That's bad.
If it's a good manager, they will give it to people to hand out to needy. If it's
She told me they changed the rules and they're forced to throw it in the dumpster. She said we're supposed to lock it in the dumpster.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. I was back there stealing boxes to pack and move because they're not even allowed to give us the boxes. And I saw a camera and I was like, well, if I go to jail for boxes, oh well. I need boxes.
Yeah, the one over here, they either cut them all up or they break them down and put them on those carts.
Yeah, they just break them down here, and all you gotta do is tape them back up.
Walmart don't
For
even.
many years, I got a lot of those boxes for eBay. That was a good thing to be able to get for free.
Yeah, because they're crazy about prices on boxes.
Yeah.
Boxes are not cheap.
I remember when we were moving mom's stuff into storage and we needed some boxes. I didn't want to buy them from U-Haul. It was on a Sunday and couldn't find anywhere to buy them. So my boys and a couple of them went out in cars and started hitting stores around there, and all the dumpsters were empty. So I had to buy them from U-Haul, and I forget what it was. I got like 20 boxes, and I want to say I paid like 30 or 40 bucks for them.
Goodness. In Canadian Patriot, I had seen a farmer here forced to do that. Any of the overflow, they have to just dump it. The milk at the dairies.
Yeah, that video you sent me, that was messed up.
Yeah.
They do it with crops too. They do a lot of that with a lot of livestock and crops and stuff like that. They're ordered to destroy it. So if you're under a contract with a company, you're subject to their rules, or you can get your pantsuit off.
Yeah, they were killing animals and burying it, and all these chicken houses they hit with the chickens, 30 or 40 million chickens over the last year.
At least, yes.
Yeah, we don't know the exact numbers.
Yeah.
Well, last summer, I know I said it in a lot of chats, and I know doesn't seem like a big deal at the time, but last summer I drove a lot through the thumb of Michigan, which is a big corn area. And I saw literally hundreds of square miles of brown, dead, immature corn all over everywhere. I mean, I drove through there in one way and came back another and came back across it. And everywhere we went, there was massive fields of dead corn. And I never really got the real answer what the heck was going on. I know that there are some crops they grow just to plow under to help.
Was it during a drought or during when they were spraying a lot, that stuff in the air, or was there?
We did not have water issues at all. I mean, it wasn't a drought. It was just a lot of dead plants.
They either forced it where they couldn't irrigate the stuff, or the stuff in the air, or they just killed it.
Well, and that was before all these plants and things started getting blowed up or burned down or whatever's going on. That was before all this.
We lost somebody. Oh, there, Carl.
Oh.
Looking a little bare, in the store, that kind of thing. I remember people saying that their stores were looking a little bare, and people would just, oh no, you're imagining that we're all stocked full here. But in places like where I was, there's been entire brands gone and never came back. There's like an entire line of foods that one store would carry are no longer and haven't been available for over 2 years now. Something.
I remember like 15, 20 years ago, a buddy of mine, he worked at his dad's dairy, and he called me and asked if we wanted any milk, because he said that they're being forced because the trucks weren't coming to pick the milk up for 3 days, and they were full, and wanted to know if anybody wanted milk. And
my goodness.
And he brought us over like 2 5-gallon buckets of milk that was in food grade buckets. And he said they were telling everybody around there, people bringing milk jugs and buckets and giving milk to everybody they knew, so they didn't have to put it out there. He said main thing is, he said it stinks up the area around you too, all that milk sours.
Mm-hmm. I would have froze that.
Yeah, we drank it. It was all still had the cream and stuff on it.
Yeah.
He said a lot of them are pulling the cream off and making butter. The old folks and stuff were.
Yep.
And that's one of the most common things that the stores are out of around here is milk. You can if the milk's gone in one store, don't bother going down the road to the next store because it's going to be gone too. Once it's gone for a few days.
Wow.
Yeah, that's when I hit gas stations, convenience stores, and shit like that.
Yeah, around here that goes when it's gone. You just have to wait it out.
That's why I'm looking for the farmers. Do you have any Amish around you?
Nothing close to me like there used to be. Boy, I miss that. I always get a little powdered milk or whatever just for emergencies. I'll be all right. I wait it out, and I know when the trucks arrive too. So I actually, sometimes it's a happy accident. Everybody around here was out of milk, so I got organic milk that I've never tried before. Gallon of this, something I would have never tried, and I like it better. And I've been getting that instead of the regular milk.
Is that actual milk, or is it that damn almond milk stuff?
No, it's real milk. It's pure organic, real milk, and it's got I swear it smells like what milk used to smell like.
You got the cream and stuff in it. Then if it's organic.
Mm-hmm.
I got used to it. I like it. Now I'm looking for that first.
Well, hell, guys, we hit 4 hours. I'm gonna kill it and get me some sleep.
Pop said he can't get Kraft anymore.
Well, that's probably a good thing. Kraft is bad, but that's like the Heinz is in the.
Just keep an eye out. Look at your farms around you. Google it. They're there. You may not know it, but because a lot of ours are not visible.
Yeah, if you guys see somebody pulling a wagon, they wearing black suits and black top hat things, follow them home. Don't tailgate them, but see where they're at. Maybe you can figure out if you got them around that'd be the people to barter with.
Yeah. And I think when all that money thing happens, I don't think cash is going to be worth a thing.
Yeah, I don't think silver will either. Be okay, I can fix this or do that, or
yeah. So it's going to be finding people with the skills and bartering and that's keep telling my grandkids, learn the skills. That's it.
texting 200 words a minute isn't a skill.
No. So last night my daughter and her husband were over and I was under the boxes with my granddaughter helping her make a fort and coloring people and everything under there, and I looked over at them and both of them have their phone out in their phone, and I said, look at you two. How many times have we said not to do this? Well, my son-in-law messaged me today and he said, holy I guess he had just seen the thing about the balloon he didn't know about.
So close to all that information, but so far away.
Yeah, he was pretty freaked out. And I said, wish I'd listened to me. He keeps telling Laura, we need to listen to your mama. They won't listen until he comes back. Do you know about this? 3 days ago.
Well, hell, y'all, thanks everybody for coming. Much love. We're glad that we got to see y'all. Love y'all. Possibly
Night,
talk
everybody.
sometime tomorrow. Y'all say what you need to say. Good. Any last words?
Like I keep telling people, my last words are going to be yeehaw.
Y'all just take care and keep your heads up.
Much love, y'all. Good night, Bonnie. Good night, Carl.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Love y'all.